U.S. Chess Championship saw the two highest-rated players face off, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Hikaru made a big mistake in the middle game, but was still able to save the draw with his fine technique. Timur Gareev has been lighting up the tournament not only with his wardrobe, but also with his unorthodox openings, which have served him pretty well. In his game against defending champion Gata Kamsky, Timur reached a dominant position, but missed an opportunity, and Gata ended up saving the draw. In the women's championship, it was Katerina Nemcova's day. Alyssa Melikina showed her usual calm in defeat, but Katerina is on a roll, and she is in the clear lead in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship. Still a lot to play for in the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis, and it all starts right now.
Hello and happy Easter from the Central West End neighborhood in St. Louis, Missouri. We are across the street from the St. Louis Chess Club, where folks are out on the street having brunch after church this morning. It is a beautiful day here, and we're going to kick things off once again, another fun day for the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. So we'll send it down to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice in the studio. Happy Easter, guys.
Thanks, Teryn. And in honor, we've got this psychedelic set. They even brought us some chocolate, right?
Yes, the Easter egg bunnies. Ooh.
Yes, welcome to round 5 of the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships in the capital of chess in America.
St. Louis.
Yes, we've had plenty of excitement so far. Even though yesterday was all draws, lots of tension.
Hard-fought draws, and round 5 promises a very combative round. I'm looking forward to it very much.
That's right. So let's take a look at the standings and see how our favorites are shaping up in this tournament. We've got a tie for the lead in the championship. Hikaru Nakamura and Ray Robson, both with 3 points. So Ray is a surprise there. And Grandmaster Wesley So just a half point behind. We've got many players with even scores, and just before the rest day, they could punch their way up to the top of the standings. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship, we have a surprise leader. It's not the heavy favorite and defending champion Irina Krush, who's on 2.5, but Katerina Nemcova, who's been playing really powerful chess, and she has 3.5 points out of 4. Just a half point behind the super impressive Rusudan Goliziani, international master, mom, Deutsche Bank trader, businesswoman.
Yes.
So pretty impressive to see her at the top, and a very talented woman. Maurice Ashley, what do you think of today's matchups?
Well, as you said, Jen, the day before the rest day, that means the players can go all out, give all their energy to this round, and we have some really big matchups today. First of all, in the Open Championship, we have defending champ Gata Kamsky, who has drawn all of his games so far, facing off against the young upstart Ray Robson, who's smoothly going through this tournament, now has 3 points, tied for first. He just led his team, Webster University, to the Pan American title. So he's thinking, hey, I need to be more successful, but he'll have a tall task against the reigning champ. On the ladies' side, we have, as you said, big matchups as well. Defending champion and 6-time titleist Irina Krush, not having her dominating performance at 2.5, not a comfortable position for her, but facing off against Rusudan Goliziani, who has won this title before. She had a miracle break in the first round that she should have lost, managed to draw. Since then, she's been doing quite well. These two should be in for a fierce fight in this round. And in the other matchup, well, Katerina Nemcova has been the talk of the town. She has played the best chess of anyone in any part of the championships, whether the open or the ladies' side. She just missed winning the first round game, and since then, she has been dominating her opponents. But she has a tough task ahead with Tatev Abrahamian, who lost her first 2 games, but has won 2. So now we have 2 of the favorites in the tournament looking to make their move. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And it's a great day for women's chess. We do have a new women's world champion.
Yes.
Maria Muzashak.
Yes, shout out to Maria. Hearty congratulations, world champion. Bravo,
Yes.
bravo.
And runner-up, the wonderful Poganina, who is just a great ambassador for chess.
Oh, yes, indeed.
She really promotes the game, and I know she had a lot of fans rooting for her, but a stunning performance.
Yes, I was really surprised by the outcome. Well, it is a knockout, so a lot of tension, nerves often decides. I had expected Humphrey to come through, but okay, maybe next time.
Yeah, that is. Humbi is just such a great player, and you know.
She was the big pre-tournament favorite, but that's why you play the game.
That's right. And Anish Giri actually tweeted that congratulations to Muzachuk, and that he praised her incredible resourcefulness, stamina, and a sharp eye. Those are all things that you need, particularly in a knockout, don't you?
Exactly.
And in this tournament.
Exactly.
Because it is 11 rounds, one rest day.
Right.
You need stamina for this tournament, don't you?
Yes, and a sharp tactical eye, because when those opportunities do arise, you've got to be there to exploit them. And if you miss them, sometimes the window it's just one move. You don't
That's
take
right.
advantage, you miss it. For me, by the way, I know Gadakamsky, Ray Robson is a really big match for a whole host of reasons. Our reigning champion, Gadakamsky, 4 draws, hasn't been impressive in his draws. In fact, he's been rather fortunate to be at a 50% score. Ray Robson, +2. Gada really needs to win this game to pull himself up the leaderboards. But the game...
Perhaps in his resourcefulness, he's been impressive.
Oh, well.
Even if not his opening and middle game play.
That's right. That's right.
That's what we expect from Gada, to fight till the end.
And that is his standard.
yeah.
Exactly. But the two games that, beside that key matchup, the two games I really have my eye on is Daniel Naroditsky, who's having a bad event. He's got 1 out of 4, against the tournament co-leader Hikaru Nakamura, who number 2, number 3 in the world. He seems to be going back and forth as the event progresses. For Daniel Naroditsky, he's never played Hikaru before except online Blitz. They've never played a classical game, I mean.
I wonder what the score for that is.
Online Blitz, I'm sure Naka has an edge. Having said that, with a win today, Daniel Naroditsky will really feel like his tournament's not in jeopardy, and he'll feel great. So I'm expecting Naroditsky to play an extremely hard game against Hikaru Nakamura.
Look at all those chocolate bunnies. Who's going to be the first to eat one? Let's have a bet. Who do you think is going to be the first to eat a chocolate bunny? I say it's going to be somebody from the women's championship.
I say it's going to be me. I'm going to go up there and steal one and eat it in the corner.
Speaking of which, I just saw somebody walk in. I didn't realize that Christina Ricci was a fan of chess.
I didn't know either.
I'm talking about Victoria Nee. She looks so much like her, the famous actress.
Actress, yes.
Yeah.
And the other game I just wanted to say was Wesley So, Timur Garia.
Oh yeah, well,
Timur brings it each and every day.
So boring though, you know.
No,
so dull every game.
Just the opposite.
He's a thriller.
Yeah, and Wesley So having white, they have only played one time in the Millionaire Open last year. Wesley won against Timur, and Wesley went on to win the event itself. So those 3 games are the games that I have my eye on the most. Anything can happen in the Wesley So Timur Garia. I have no idea what the opening is going to be. And we see that Hikaru Nakamura has just arrived. Handshake before the game, and Hikaru is getting himself settled.
That's right. Yes, all the players kind of trying to get into the zone. As we hear from some announcements, because tomorrow there's actually no round, so don't tune in for us.
Free day.
It is a free day, and we've got players therefore really being able to bring it today.
Yes, when I played in the round robins, the major round robin events, I was not only just looking forward to the free day, but in that game before the free day, I really felt an obligation to play extremely hard because I knew I would get a chance to recharge my battery. And we see the players all waiting for the clocks to begin, everybody.
Yes, any opening predictions here? Let's predict Gadakamsky, Ray Robson. We were
E2, E4 by Gata. I think he goes for it today. I think he's had enough of his tame play. I think he realizes that just has not worked, and he's got to make an adjustment.
And let's throw it up actually to Tony Rich, the executive director here at the Chess Club, who's going to give us the opening remarks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Round 5 of the 2015 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. Happy Easter to everyone, as well as happy Passover. I'd like to thank Bissinger's Chocolates for those fantastic chocolate Easter bunnies on all the players' tables. Hope you enjoy those. This is indeed the highest rated championship and the youngest championship in the history of the events. We're very proud to be holding both of these, and we've enjoyed watching the fighting spirit from all players, and we thank you very much for tantalizing us, making everything so exciting. Reminder for spectators, no talking at all in the playing hall. That includes to other spectators or to the players. Flash photography is allowed for the first 10 minutes of the round. After that, you may take photos, but without flash. And apart from cameras, no other electronic devices are allowed in the playing hall. For the players, remember, no talking. That includes to other players or spectators. Please report to commentary as soon as your game is complete. And please remember to use those drink tables on the side, at least for the first 10 minutes of the game, so that we can get some great photos. I also wanted to briefly mention the policy or the regulations governing a claim of a draw by triple occurrence of the position. If the move that has created the third occurrence of a position was your opponent's move, then you may pause the clock and find an arbiter, and we will come over and address the claim. If it is your move that would produce the third position, you write that move on your score sheet and do not touch the piece. As soon as you write it on your score sheet, please pause your clock and find either Tracy or I to make your claim. The FIDE rulebook has been updated that if a player even touches the piece on the board, that nullifies their right to make a claim of a triple occurrence draw. So remember, if it's your move that is producing the draw or producing the third occurrence of the position, write it on your score sheet and pause the clock, and Tracy or I will be able to help. I think that's all the announcements I have. Are there any questions? All right. Well, I wish all of the players the very best of luck. Thank you again for joining us, and you may begin.
And round 5 underway.
That's right. Round 5 is underway. It was funny watching some of the players' faces. Anna Sharovich looks like she didn't agree with the 3-move repetition rule. She was like, what?
Well, those announcements, by the way, I almost felt like an airline plane passenger. You're sitting in your seat, and they're telling you how to fasten your seatbelt. It's like, you've heard all of these things before. We're all really
But you
professional.
never listened.
But we never listen, of course, because we know what a 3-move repetition is. By the way, it does look like a 1d4 by Gata, so I got that wrong right off the...
You lose your Easter bunny.
No!
high stakes chess here.
That was high stakes. And instead of going into a Grunfeld with c4, Gata has played knight f3. Let's go to the Daniel Naroditsky game, Hikaru Nakamura. Daniel is white, opened e4, c5.
Hey there, Nakamura, Sicilian.
And perhaps
Yesterday, Naka was citing his game against Gatakansky and the critical game in the last championship that he won.
Exactly.
And he trotted out the Sicilian in that game.
Exactly.
So he uses it when he wants to bring it.
Yeah, when he's playing for a win with black, the Najdorf Sicilian is his favorite. At this moment on move 3, white always has these bishop b5 check to try to temper the position a bit.
Your man Danya's going for it.
But check this one out, d4.
D4, the anti-positional move. Who said that again? Larson or something?
Probably Bent. Bent was great.
I think it was a joke, though. Kind of. You know how every joke has a little bit of truth in it? But okay, we've got the open Sicilian, the most exciting opening in chess.
The dragon.
And the dragon, that's my favorite. So,
the dragon Sicilian.
We can see that Nakamura came to go Easter egg hunting today, and he's hunting down Daniel Naroditsky. This is going to be a fun game. What about Wesley So versus Garayev?
Sure.
We expected a crazy opening there. Maurice.
Well, when these two players played last year in round 7 of the Millionaire Chess Open, it was to see who would go on to Millionaire Monday. It was a guaranteed $14,000 on the line and also a possible $100,000 with which Wesley ended up winning. And this game, you were talking about crazy chess. Timur did not play crazy chess that day. He played the standard Ruy Lopez. They went into a simple Ruy Lopez after bishop to b5. But there was one moment later in the game, while he was playing around, finally he couldn't control himself, and he did play a wild move, knight to f4 in this position. Obviously, the knight is under attack. Wesley took the knight, and then bishop takes h3. We see the straight pin down this line on this bishop. Unfortunately for him, Wesley came up with the refutation instantly. Queen takes g6, getting rid of the rook, and then taking on h3. And you see Wesley has gobs of material for that queen, and he ended up just easily winning that game and going on to Millionaire Monday and then winning the finals. So Timur better be careful against this opponent, and he has done so in this game. He has decided instead to play a standard French defense, a much more solid opening, and that is going to go into more regular lines. Yesterday, when we asked Wesley about the crazy experiment from Timur that he had against Jacoby in the move h6, g5 early in that opening, Wesley said, I hope he plays that crazy stuff against me. Guys?
I can understand why he would have been opening. Instead, he did get a very conventional French thus far. And Timur,
It's not too late for Timur to do something crazy.
Yeah, Timur thinking on move 3. Of course, the traditional moves are knight f6, bishop b4, or captures on e4, the Rubinstein French. But maybe Timur, the creative genius, will innovate on move 3. I want to bring the
Nakamura game off, yeah.
Yeah, I want to bring us back to the table number 1 of Hikaru Nakamura playing a dragon Sicilian.
Considered to be a very risky opening for black.
These days it's considered quite risky, although I have noticed that world champion Magnus Carlsen has included the dragon in his repertoire. f2, f3, knight c6, bishop c4. Daniel's taking the most principled approach with the so-called Yugoslav attack. Everybody's favorite quote by Bobby Fischer regarding the dragon: don't you just go h4, h5, sack, sack, mate.
And an amateur can beat a grandmaster. That was his line.
Yes, because the lines are so very sharp. So this last move, bishop c4, this represents the Yugoslav attack.
I love this, though, going straight on, head on, into the opening that he knows is the most principled and the most testing, even though he's playing the number 2 player in the world.
Absolutely.
Number 2 or number 3.
Right, he's not backing down one little bit. So castles, of course, has been played. All of these moves are very standard. Bishop b, here white actually has a choice, queen d2 or bishop b3.
And they'll usually transpose, yeah.
Precisely so. Bishop b3 was Danya's choice. And the idea in the main line that we're all rather familiar with, bishop d7, queen d2, queen a5, castles, rook c8, h4, knight e5. Tons of very exciting games have been played in this position, including, if you go back to 1974, the match between Anatoly Karpov and Viktor Korchnoi. That match to decide who challenged Bobby Fischer in 1975. We see the Yugoslav in those from that match. Interestingly enough, Danya, by the way, who's very well prepared theoretically, has played some interesting nuanced move. Bishop b3, bishop d7, h4 right away.
I think that sometimes the move order here is really important because
Crucial, in fact.
Because there's kind of 2 ideas for black. Black can try to play that knight e5, queen a5, or even knight e5, rook c8, knight c4 idea.
Right.
But sometimes they can also take on b4 and play b5. So
Exactly. Takes, b5. White is planning to put his queen on d2 and his king over here on the queen side, castling long. So this idea of b5 and a5 makes perfect sense to disrupt things over there on the queen side. So Hikaru facing a key decision right now. Should he take and play for b5, or should he go for that knight e5? Now, on the other hand, h4 this early, always you have to analyze what are you going to do after h5. Normally speaking, white ends up playing g4, not in this specific position, by the way, and just goes for kingside smash.
That's right.
Normally white does that only after having castled.
After playing queen d2.
And tucked away his king.
But then the question is, does the insertion of h4 and h5 benefit black in the lines with knight takes d4? I think the answer to that is no. And that's why I think h4 is the move order trick. Or the move order subtlety. It's not necessarily a trick. It probably has a drawback as well. But I think that's the positive of it, is that if h5, queen d2, I don't think the knight d4 stuff is quite as strong. Because it just looks a little weird to have that insertion.
Right, and again, it just goes to show how precision in the opening is so very, very critical at the highest levels.
That's exactly, we were talking about that yesterday. To me, like, knowing if you're playing white or black in this line, knowing and understanding the 10th move subtleties, whether you play h4, queen d2, bishop b3 first, queen d2 first, to me that's something that amateur players often overlook, as they instead go to look at the long branch.
Exactly.
So they may look 16 moves down the main line, but then they're not really aware of the subtleties on move 10, and I don't think that's the right way to go about studying.
Exactly. Really, I thought it was actually a wonderful book by Ruben Fine, Ideas Behind the Chess Opening. Not just this idea that you have to have a novelty on move 12 or 14 like that, but really you should know precisely what you're trying to aim for. What is what's the foundation? What's the spirit of the opening? You know, it's not that, you know, you just know the moves. Rather, you understand that, for example, in the Grunfeld, you really should be playing all out for the initiative. You shouldn't be backing off and, you know, trying to hold the position or something like that. Whereas in a defense, for example, like Karo Khan, often if you lash out too soon, you'll be punished, and it's better just to hold the position for a long while. So you've got to understand the spirit as well as the ideas and the subtleties of the opening.
The subtle move orders, even in the Dragon, where it's all about breathing fire.
And let's move on.
Okay, we're going to be keeping a close eye on our Dragon.
And in the game of Ray Robson against Gata Kamsky. In fact, Gata, of course, is a world leading expert in the Slav defense, and Ray Robson, who's known as a Grunfeld defense player, has chosen the Slav against Gata. Timur Gariev against Wesley So has chosen the Rubinstein exchange in the French.
Well, this is a real turnaround. So
and this is called the Fort Knox variation, a name you really got to appreciate for black. As black, in the French defense, oftentimes a light square bishop is the bane of French defense players. So with the idea of bishop d7, a line, by the way, I've championed on occasions as well, black's idea is simply to bring his bishop out to c6, capture this knight, and get a very solid position. Continuing our look around, Alexander Onishuk, also undefeated in the tournament, having drawn all 4 of his games, playing against Varj.
Near miss there against Caden Trove. He should be on +1.
He really, really should be on +1. Knight d4, so we have a classical Nimzo Indian, all theory still. Now this actually is a fun game. Sam Shanklin came on the show and he explained that he's not completely satisfied with his tournament, of course, but also he explained, well, his problem is he started with 3 blacks out of 4 games. So this game he has white against young Sam Sevian, and Sam Shanklin is looking to turn around his fortunes in this game with a win as white, and Sam Shanklin will have to be going all out to bring himself up into the leaderboards. I kind of viewed Sam as a pre-tournament favorite. I expected him to finish in the, let's say, top 5 of the event. On a very good day, maybe get even into the medal, so to speak. But he hasn't had a good start to this year's championship.
But I think Sam, even in the interview, I think he explained that he, isn't going to be too hung up on those blacks, and I think that's really served him well in his career. I think he said in some interviews that he used to maybe complain about things and be upset about things, and then when he just tried to get really good at chess, the complaints didn't matter because he was you know, one of the best players and winning more money. So.
Well, win, just win, baby. I mean, that's what
So that's the kind of thing, I think he even knows that. He just can't, you know, and that's a good character that you see that you have this flaw and you work on it and then you become better.
You solve it.
Yeah.
And finally
it's easier said than done for many people.
For sure. Finally, on our last table, we have Conrad Holt against Teryn Schaefer. Interestingly enough, these players have met 4 times in the past. And what do you think the record is? Against one another.
I think I just looked that up.
You saw the notes.
Yes.
4-0. Teryn Schaefer
That's crazy.
That is wild. Has won all 4 of their matchups. So Conrad knows that he's been Caden's best customer. He's played a quiet, if very solid line against the Grunfeld. I actually like this variation for white as well. Bishop f4, bishop g7, e3, castles. This is a well-known.
You can snap a pawn, but black gets tremendous compensation if you try to just like take that pawn off on c7.
Okay, that's a good. I'm so happy you're here to tell me why, because I play a lot of blitz online, by the way, and I've always liked this pawn sacrifice for white. In this position, Jen, do you go for the knight a6 or the knight c6?
I think I played knight c6.
Okay, so this is a line of play that I've played numerous times in blitz matches. I bring my knight to e2 with the idea of playing my knight to c3 in order to kick this queen away from d5. Now, here's the key moment for you. Do you play the move bishop g4?
Yes.
You do. And do you sacrifice the piece after f3?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have fun.
So have you done this in tournament play, by the way?
Not in tournament play.
Because I've had this position in numerous
Because
games.
a lot of times people just don't take. I think I've only had people play bishop f4 against me a couple of times, and I don't think they take the pawn.
They don't really take the pawn on c7.
Yeah, like a lot of times they're afraid to take the pawn.
Right. Now, I've had this position as white, and I've done really, really well with it in my blitz games, probably because of what you just said. A lot of my opponents haven't had a lot of practice in the position, giving up their piece. But I, as white, say, hey, listen, I didn't do anything wrong. You're sacrificing a piece, and I'm material ahead. So that's one variation.
Although, of course, black has compensation there. It's a rich position, but you just don't think it's you think it's overrated.
Right. The crucial one for me is the move knight a6, and this is this ending. Bishop takes a6, queen takes, queen here. So I don't know if Conrad had prepared this ending. As it turns out, he didn't play for this position. Instead, he played rook c1 right away. And let me bring that position up to date on our board. Rook c1, c5. These are the main moves. Now, I played against, I was white in a U.S. championship against Hikaru Nakamura. And I, as white, had played captures this pawn on d5, knight e4, knight f3,
right, okay.
takes, queen d2, queen takes a2.
Where did you say you played this?
U.S. championship.
Right, okay. I remember this game.
Against, and I tried to sacrifice an exchange against Hikaru. At that time, Hikaru had never seen this idea. He went into a 1-hour think, and he ended up playing queen a1 check, rook c1, and we had a great game. I think I missed a win. It ended up as a draw. I like my position. But this is a very theoretical game that's going on between Conrad and Caden. Let's take a look at our ladies' games for a moment.
Yeah, let's take a look at the women's championship. You know, it's interesting. We're getting some good tweets into our hashtag US Chess Champs. There was one person who goes by Model Chess Stats, and he actually tried to model the chances that each player in the women's championship using, you know, frequencies of draws and wins based on ELO ratings.
Right.
The chances that each player would win. And he has Irina Krush as a slight favorite, even though she's a point and a half behind in the standings.
Pardon me. I see that.
A point behind in the standings, right.
I see that he's listed her, Irina Krush, that is to say, has a 37.38% chance of winning. That was modeled.
after 4 rounds.
Oh,
Yeah.
after 4 rounds.
And 36% for Nemtsova. Well, of course, the chance would be way higher at the beginning of the tournament, right?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
So he basically has Nemtsova and Crush almost neck and neck.
even
despite
though
the fact
Nemtsova
that,
has a 1-point lead.
Well, that makes sense. The only grandmaster in the field, and so experienced.
And plus, Arena and Nemtsova still have to play one another, so
And
Arena
I'm not
can
even
catch
sure.
up.
I'm not sure actually if this accounts for the fact that if there's a playoff, Irina is a heavy favorite. This might only. I'm not sure if it accounts for that part of it. It might only account for like the 11 rounds in the actual event.
I see.
You see what I'm saying? So,
Right.
But if it doesn't account for that, then this is even going to be even more in Irina's favor because clearly she has experience in so many playoffs.
Well, absolutely.
She's not known for her blitz and rapid skills, but still, I think a massive favorite against anyone else in the field.
Right. I'm very curious what the model chess stats are for the open section after 4 rounds as well.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
shout out, send that one to us too.
And we have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on Garayev.
Well, we just quickly have to get to this one because Garayev has been such a creative player in this tournament, but he played a very solid opening. We saw him play this variation of the French defense. They have a nice and solid position here. Almost everyone in the world who's seen this position plays castles as black. But what would you do here, Yaz? I know you would do. This first move coming off your fingers would be H5. Wow. I mean, he is playing for the U.S. Championship. He's playing against Wesley So, one of the top players in the world, and he throws out the move H5. I actually found this 6 times in the database versus Castles, which was found which was played 191 times in the database. So slightly not so popular, this move. A daring move on his part, challenging the knight this early, but also basically forfeiting his right to castle on this side. Maybe not. Maybe he plans to play G6 and shore up this king side. But definitely from the mind of Timur Garayev, we find this move H5 coming early and already stumping his opponent, Wesley So. I think Wesley's sitting there thinking, I have to kill this guy.
That's right.
Bold and enterprising play by Timur, and also very provocative as well. I'm not going to condemn the move H5. It's not a bad move per se. It's just that it's strategically a great risk. And you have to be is really kind of combative player to play such a line. Turning to the women,
Yes.
I have Arena Krusha game against Ruslan. On move 2, bishop b4 check. We kind of call this like a BOGO Indian system. And
A
then it's
BOGO-ish Indian
BOGO-ish.
system because the difference is that the white knight on G1 is not committed to F3, so that's the only potential difference.
Right.
That Irina could choose to do something with her F
to
pawn.
exploit.
Yeah.
And F7, F5, kind of moving into some kind of a Dutch defense type of thing. Well, we'll see how
I'm
things
not
unroll.
crazy about this choice for Rusa.
Knight C3.
I think Irina loves it when her opponent gives her space and like some classical advantages.
Well, let's just make some normal move, shall we, for black. Let's say Arena has just played the move bishop d3. Let's say black castles. Now, here's a key question. Do you want to put the knight on f3 or on e2?
I think E2.
E2 strikes me as a little bit more flexible as well. Now, black has a problem. This bishop on c8 is not in the game. Let's assume that Ruslan plays d7, d6 with the direct idea that she would like to play the move e6, e5, giving her bishop on c8 some room. How do you reckon Arena's going to exploit this situation?
Maybe she's going to play for E4 at the right moment.
But you need to do it with castles, right? You need to first tuck your king away.
Or we could try to make it so that when you play E5, we can take on F5 to delay the matters a little bit. Like we could stick our knight on G3 so that if E5, we could play bishop takes F5.
Right, so you're saying knight G3
Although, I mean, there's going to be a lot of tactical possibilities for black.
to delay or prevent in this
Yeah,
case.
because G6 is super weakening. It's not really the kind of move you want to make.
Yes and no, because sometimes if I can get the F5 kind of F4 things going in the position. So let's say I'll develop. I can't complain about a developing move.
Well, yeah, this is nice because now you prevent me from playing e4.
Yes, by putting pressure on the d4 pawn, that's right. I'm trying to delay you from playing e3, e4.
Yeah, and so I probably will castle. What do you
Now
think?
the question, castle short or castle
Yeah,
long?
yeah.
I mean, it's risky to
Close.
castle
Maybe I'll
long.
castle queenside.
Okay, castle
Let's have some
queenside.
fun.
Oh, that will definitely sharpen up the position.
Because also, like, if we castle kingside, you might get an attack on the kingside as black.
Right,
At
I
some
was-
point, even if it seems really superficial, it will give you some play. Like, we saw another game like that in this tournament where, it's funny how in some of these queen pawn openings, just the small number of pieces, Wesley saw against Nakamura.
Right.
Like, it's just like all of a sudden, white's a little better, and then all of a sudden, black has like one piece on the king side and gets counterplay.
Exactly.
Right?
Well,
This is
there you
bizarre.
actually queen
He had a
over on
couple.
h4. Yeah,
he had
yeah,
a couple,
yeah.
but it happens real fast and a
Right.
little bit out of the blue
Indeed.
sometimes.
Well, if the game shapes up like this, I think it's going to be a fascinating game. Let's go on to the other
It's another
game.
huge game today, absolutely.
Kate leading with 3.5 out of 4, but Tatev on a streak. Having lost 2, she's won 2. And a heavyweight matchup, as we've described it, open Sicilian.
And no, unfortunately,
But queen takes d4.
so queen takes d4. This has a decent theoretical reputation. So we've talked about this earlier in a similar position that knight c6 attacking the queen, white plays bishop b5. And we talked about this in Alyssa's game, how having this queen on d4 is actually an asset.
Right.
But the negative is that we have to give up one of our bishops, which is never fun in an open position. But the plus side is queen's out, and we're ready to play knight c3, develop the dark square bishop, and castle long.
Right. Interestingly, Kate said, I don't want to give up my bishop. And she just simply retreated her queen and said, okay, you've got your knight on c6, I got my bishop on b5. I always thought that giving black the opportunity of getting a7, a6 in with a gain of tempo was very useful for the second player. Kate disagrees. She just simply played queen d3, knight f6, and she's gone for a Maroczy bind type of position with pawns on c4 and e4. And the whole idea of the Maroczy is to keep this d5 square under lock and key, so black's counterplay in the position is, let's say, restrained. So interesting games going on in the ladies section.
Not my
in games
favorite
1 and
choice
2.
by Nemtsova, to be honest, but
C2,
maybe.
C4,
Yeah, I mean, just the whole concept, but maybe she was expecting Tata to play a French or something.
All right.
But we'll have to keep an eye on it, and maybe even if the opening's not that strong, psychologically, Tatev maybe won't be happy in this line. Maurice, news from the U.S. Championship.
Yes, just a little mini explosion occurred in the opening between Akobian and Onishchuk, two players who are not quite satisfied with their performance so far in the tournament. Now, Akobian is normally known as a solid type player. He likes to maneuver, position his pieces, and then sort of squeeze you to death. But he will take advantage of opportunities. And in this game, he played a move that has his opponent stumped. Right here, you see that he's allowed his structure to be compromised. This trade on c3 happened with a knight, so he's got a weakened structure, and he still hasn't quite developed all his pieces, although he's castled calmly. But instead of giving black a chance to develop any pieces, he played the move e5, breaking open the center right away. Now, this move, his opponent has been sitting for some time looking at it, Onishchuk has. This trade takes on e5, obviously opens up this long diagonal for the bishop. Now, there's some simple lines to follow here. Queen to c7 could be played, trying to eject the knight, but still queen to e2 would be a response. Now, bishop to d6, still going after that knight. Now, bishop f4, insisting on keeping the clamp on the position, making it very difficult for his opponent to get away, to get out in this position. If he plays a natural move, for example, like bishop d7, well, rook f to d1, and you see the two bishops on the open line. A mistake would be bishop c6 because of rook takes on d6, and you cannot capture back because knight takes, and your queen's under pressure. So black has to be a little careful here. He's calculating lines, and clearly he has fallen into the preparation of his opponent, and you can see it there by Onishchuk. That position says, I got problems to work out. He has taken on e5 and allowed knight takes back on e5, but it's a critical position for him right out of the opening. Guys?
Maurice, as you were showing us that line, I recall a game of Hikaru Nakamura and world champion Magnus Carlsen. If you could just bring that position back up on your board where you had the bishop on d6 and a bishop on f4 and a queen on e2. Yeah, queen c7, queen e2, bishop. Yeah, that position. Okay, I'm not Team Morgaria, but what about g7, g5?
Indeed, I had looked at this line as well with the engine before throwing it back to you.
Okay.
This move is hit by the very cute c5 in response to that move. And now the problem is that you could take with the queen if you like, but knight to d3 hits the queen, hits the bishop, and hits the g-pawn. Your queen obviously is going to save this bishop, and there's no way to geometrically hold both this pawn and this bishop on d6. The other line, of course, after c5 is bishop takes, which would just lose the point of g5 entirely. So bishop takes back on g5 would be the move. So this counter shot to g5 would be c5, and you could always take here, but I don't think this is the kind of position you were looking for with this capture. Okay,
I get it.
Can't quite get it, but
Right.
you just see the trade could happen there, and then your position is just a mess.
Right.
The rook will come in when the queen takes, and black doesn't get what he wants.
Definitely. G5, I was hunting for a piece. I wasn't hunting for trades. That C5 is a very nice shot. Thanks.
Always got to look at the first two moves, right? That's a
Happy
lesson.
Easter. I got a goose egg on that one.
Oh.
Speaking of a position that's really blown up, again, Conrad Holt, Caden Trof, your favorite defense to 1d4 has been the Grunfeld for quite a number of years. When did you first get poisoned by the Grunfeld? As a young girl, you drank the chalice, and you've been loyal ever since?
I can't remember why I decided to play it. Oh, I think there was a book by Jonathan Rowson on it.
And that inspired you.
Yeah, I like that. And, I was looking for something aggressive to play against d4.
Well, you definitely found the aggressive part. Okay, and what we've seen is a two-pawn sacrifice by Caden Trof, queen a5. Again, this is a very theoretical position. Rook d8, I'm not as familiar with as knight e4. That was, again, the game I showed you earlier, my game with Hikaru. But Bobby Fischer, many players who play the Grunfeld have played knight e4. Caden came out with rook d8. Again, I'm not as familiar with that. Bishop c4, defending the pawn on d5. And then everybody's favorite move in the Grunfeld, bishop e6. Wow. Are you familiar with this position, first of all? No, me either. But the question I would ask if I was white, how would you feel if I took this bishop for a second, Jen? So I'm going to sacrifice my queen. At the moment, I've got two pawns and a bishop. You'll take my queen with your rook, because that's just the kind of girl you are. You like my queen. And I'll recapture the rook. So now I'll now have rook and bishop and two pawns, but I'm thinking that black's king is going to get compromised when I come down here with the e takes f7 check type of setup.
Yeah, that does look very dangerous. So let's play it out. Suppose here, well, here I have a choice. I could play knight c6 and try to keep give myself a little bit of shelter for my king and just stick it on f8.
You could control the d8, control the.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay, knight c6.
You wanted to play the even more aggressive knight e4.
Well, I don't know. King f8. I'll bring my knight out. In this case,
what's now the body count?
Again, I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Have
I got all 8 of my pawns? That's wild. I've got all 8 of my pawns, and you've got 2, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 pawns.
Although I can't snap on c5.
Yes, of course. And definitely, probably you should, in fact, snap that pawn on c5.
So it's like 2 pawns and a piece and a rook.
Right, and I'll probably have...
that should be sufficient compensation for white in a very rich position.
Very rich.
I hope he goes for this. It'll be a lot of fun for us to watch, right?
Oh, yes, definitely. And white could mix up his move order a little bit, too.
So when they give you the Grandmaster title, did you have to count? Did you have to do any kind of counting exercises?
All the time. I remember I was doing a commentary once with Alex Yermolinsky, and we were doing this analysis. Like 3 times in a row, we both had counted the pawns, but we had done it kind of verbally. 5 to 6.
Kind of like reading out loud.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. And then one of our audience members says, "Is that what you grandmasters do? Is always count the pawns?" And Alex said, "Well, not always, just 99% of the time." The other 1% were looking at the king, you know.
Well, it's always good to
very,
know
very
that
good.
you're human.
Yeah.
We're actually going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back for what looks like it's going to be a really thrilling round. We've
It's
got
shaping
dragons, we've got Grunfelds, we've got H5 everywhere. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more from the U.S. Chess Championships.
– 2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hello, welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship here in the capital of chess in St. Louis. I see you have the Dragon game up on your screen here. So
Absolutely.
we did see Black make that prophylactic move H5.
At move 10.
Yes, right.
Because
stopping White from playing H5 himself.
Yeah, that was a key consideration when we left it, Jen. As Bobby Fischer said, you play H4, H5, sack, mate. And what Bobby was talking about was an exchange sacrifice. So 10, H4 was met by H5. Queen D2, and again, a crossroads for Black. Black has, as a key consideration, Knight D4, Bishop D4, B5, anticipating that White is going to tuck his king over on the queen side, and Black wants to disrupt the king position with a pawn storm. And instead, Hikaru went the conventional route with Queen A5. And again, after castles, Rook FC8, I would dare guess there's 1,000 games, perhaps more, in our databases of this position, as it's been a heavily debated position for a long number of years, decades, I would say, this specific position. So the players are going to show us who is the better theoretically prepared opponent on board one. On Ray Robson's board, our other co-leader, it's been a Slav defense that looks like it's about to transpose into a Queen's Gambit accepted. Ray has just played the move B5, which is a prelude to C6, C5. Let's just put Bishop E2, C5 on the board, and it looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted. Except Black has actually committed himself to B5, and normally speaking, I have actually played Queen's Gambit accepted a lot in my career. I didn't like this specific position for Black because of A2, A4. If you play B5, B4, which you were more or less obliged, then without the knight on C3, this knight can go very nicely to D2 and to B3 or C4. And I like White's position. White gets a definitive pull, and Gada will be very happy about that. Going to the game of Wesley So and Timur Gariev, We saw that enterprising move by Timur, h7, h5, and what Wesley wanted to do is he anticipates that this move, the attack h5, h4 is coming. He wanted to be able to bring his knight to the e4 square, so he played queen e2, idea of meeting h4 with knight e4, and then I suppose white would be a happy camper. Timur changed his strategy. I had mentioned that in the Fort Knox variation, it's very common for black to give up his bishop and then to play c7, c6. Hence,
This develops
the
the
Fort
queen
Knox.
also, allowing us to castle long.
Yes, so the idea is that you're giving your queen some maneuvering room like queen c7 or queen a5. You can castle long, but generally in the Fort Knox variation, black is happy to put his king on the king side. No longer is that true, having played, let's say, the weakening move h7, h5.
Just a little bit.
We've got issues now.
Well,
We're
because
no
we
longer
also,
going.
the rook on h8 is also a key defender of h5.
Precisely so. Turning again to game one in the open section, we do have this very conventional dragon position.
It surprises me that
rook
Nakamura
fc8.
has used so much time at this point, because you would think that Danya would be the one, Naroditsky would be the one who would have no idea what opening Nakamura was going to play.
That's actually a very, very good point. I mean, if Hikaru came to the game saying, I'm going to play the dragon today, you would really have been expecting him to blitz out the variation he anticipated. Whereas for Danya, this is a real surprise for him. He had to prepare for Berlin, he had to prepare for French, he had to prepare
Or just
for,
not prepare at all, because, you know.
And in Najdorf, the dragon might have been 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on his list of things he might have looked at this morning.
That's right, but just his general preparation, he probably has it really well prepared, and perhaps the move order with h4 was something that
Well, that
he wasn't
shows.
expecting.
Well, that shows already that Danya's quite well prepared. Again,
And we've got another massive theoretical battle that Maurice wanted to chime in on, and that is not the dragon, but the Grunfeld, all of my favorites today.
there you go.
Well, we're looking at that wild Grunfeld going on right now between Conrad Holt and Caden Trofe. And yes, I looked at the line, and it's crazy stuff. Black does not play normally in this way. As you mentioned, he does play knight e4 normally, but after this move, bishop to c4, this game was found in the database. I found this game between Gelfand and Vachier Lagrave, played last year. And in this position, Vachier Lagrave, who's a Grunfeld specialist, played the move e6, and he ended up drawing that high-profile matchup. Well, bishop e6 was Caden Trofe's choice. He decided not to play that line. Did he not know the game from last year, or did he want a more combative position? He played bishop to e6, and now the move e4 was played. Now, popularly, b4 is a choice of most players in this position, but e4 is another big move as well. And in this position, queen takes c5 is played, but knight takes e4. This move has been played 6 times. The result? 6-0 for white. 6-0 for white. In this position, we saw the move knight to e2 in the game right now between Caden Trofe. And he has this position on the board. We're waiting for his next move. I went back to see how black tries to equalize in this position, and I found a game between Joseph Pinter and Keith Allen. Joseph Pinter from Hungary and Keith Allen from Ireland. They played this in the Thessaloniki Olympiad back in 1988, before either one of these players was born. So maybe he doesn't know the game from last year, but he knows games going back to 88. Well, in this position, the move played, you want to check this one out? Knight takes on f2. What a shot. This is still okay for white. Obviously, though, king takes allows this move, queen takes on c5, check to the king, and give me your bishop. So that's not a move white wants to play. When white saw this position happen on the board after knight takes f2, he played the quiet queen to a4, just ignoring the knight and also ignoring his rook. The game proceeded kind of weird fashion. Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes here, knight takes, and then knight takes, rook takes on e6. White went on to win this game, although the engine is saying it's only a smidgen of an edge for white after f6. Crazy position, of course. Let's see if this transpires in this game today against with these two young players. Guys?
Wow. quite an interesting theoretical battle, dramatic theoretical battle going on in that game. And the two players definitely brought it today's game. Knight takes all of those sacrifices of the rook, and queen takes c5. That's a great shot in the position. My feeling has always been that these lines with bishop f4, if white can consolidate his central space edge, he gets an edge. And mentioning Josef Pinter from Hungary, remember that the Hungarians, most especially, like the entire Hungarian school of chess, were notorious for the ideas that they brought and enriched in the Grunfeld. And even today's generation, like Peter Leko and others, have made the Grunfeld a Hungarian specialty. So, great game going on there.
Just like the theoretical battles today and the excitement of our key games in the championship with Kamsky, we also have Kamsky and Robson that we should probably get back to, but
Right.
Naroditsky and Nakamura,
Right.
that game is going to be crucial to see if we get a front runner in this tournament.
Exactly. And for those of you who remember the match between Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand from New York back in 1995, will remember that that Garry had used the dragon.
That's right.
At a moment that he was losing the match.
Yeah, and
And
that
it
was
was
like more
on-
traditional line with knight e5 and knight c. Well, knight e5 and knight c4.
I think it was actually this line up to this moment, and it was something like
with a knight. I thought it was with a knight
castles,
e5 and a rook c8.
rook. Yeah, this was. Yeah, just a second. So you think it was with knight e5 here at this moment, queen d2, knight e5. Well, it will be easy for us to check.
Yeah.
Castles,
And then that
rook
this
c8,
kind of rook c8 stuff. Yeah.
and then it was this line, and I think Garry plunked down rook e8, something like this. But
so rich.
yeah, no, this is very, very sharp and fun stuff. The players, however, are in this position, and here, essentially, black is just challenging white. Are you going to play the move g2, g4 or not? g2, g4 takes h5.
Look at Daniel, he's going into the, I can't stand to look at the board. Of course, it's not that his position is bad. This is theoretically very viable for white. In fact, a lot of people are terrified to play it for black.
Exactly.
But because, if you're not well prepared for black, it's even more risky. But Danya rather seems to have this philosophy that occasionally looking at the chessboard inside his own brain
Right.
is less distracting than looking at the board itself. And there are a number of players who share this disposition.
Exactly. A lot of top grandmasters, I think specifically of Vasily Ivanchuk, Boris Gelfand, have oftentimes looked away from the board and not looking at the pieces, but having this mental image in their mind.
And he has just played a move, I believe.
Danya has played the move King B1.
King B1, such a typical move in the Dragon to preface. Before you start pushing your pawns forward and going for broke, you make this waiting move, King B1, which is super useful in a lot of circumstances. The only negative is that, negative from our point of view as broadcasters, is that a lot of time the move King B1 is designed to play knight d5 at the right moment.
Right,
And lead
force
to
a
an
trade.
endgame with slightly better chances for white. Just a little
Exactly.
space edge, and without having weakened ourselves. The thing is, once you commit to playing g4, then all the endgames are bad for white.
Yeah.
I mean, with few exceptions, because
Right.
your pawn structure is shattered. But if you only have the inclusion of h4, h5, then white's endgame chances are quite adequate.
Oh yes. No, I think this is a very, very rich theoretical position. I always liked the way the late Grandmaster Tony Miles referred to this move, King B1. He would refer to it as tucking in the king.
Well, when you
Tucking in the
castle
king.
queenside,
you need that
you're
extra
not really
tempo.
done.
Yeah.
You're not done castling until you play King B1. The other thing about King B1, and this gives you some insight into why Hikaru chose to move rook f to c8. If he moves his rook on a to c8 instead, then there are some more tactical possibilities for white after this King B1 variation.
So you think, Queen A5.
So suppose castles, if, for
rook
instance,
C8.
yeah, if you don't know this line, rook AC8 seems more natural, using the rook F8 to protect F7 and keep it on the king side, right? But now sometimes there's the idea for white to play knight to D5.
Exactly. And then after a trade of queens, you first
Zwischenzugar tactic of the tournament.
Right. Knight takes e7, check, force the king away from the knight, and now you've won a very handsome pawn on e7.
Whereas, yes,
and
right.
the difference in the game is that, oops, excuse me, I beg your pardon.
I know you want to start throwing the
I
back.
do. Castles, knight e5, king b1, pardon me, knight e5. And the difference in this particular case is e7 is not on pre.
So actually, queen takes d2, knight e7 would lose because now you can just play king f8 and you're going to capture that knight on e7.
Exactly.
So that's an in-between move gone wrong.
Precisely. Good way of putting it. Not all Zwischenzugs are good, huh? Okay, so, but now after king b1, queen a5, let me just see. Yes, we do have an update of the game. The problem for white is not just that these lines with g2, g4, h5 takes g4, h5 are so complex. You have to keep in mind this rook takes c3. As far as I know, the theoretical continuation here for white is to play the move bishop e3 to g5, essentially challenging black. Do you want to give up an exchange? Well, if you do, prove it. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, speaking about theory, or not theory, we're going to go to the game with our psychedelic Timur Gureyev playing this exotic move, h5 in this position. And we were expecting Wesley So to come up with a punishment for this kind of move. Yeah, as you said, it's not that bad a move, but somewhat risky. It turns out Wesley So decided it wasn't that bad at all, and maybe not even that risky, because look at the position he allowed. Queen to e2, very solid move. If Timur wanted to advance with h4, we just bring his knight back to e4. Timur played bishop takes on c6, relieving the problem of this bishop forever, but of course giving his opponent the two bishops. Well, now he played solidly with the move c6. And now h4, stopping the move h4 himself. Does white, is he fixing this pawn on h5 maybe to snack on later? It doesn't look that way after queen to a5, protecting the pawn from across the board. Bishop to b2, and now bishop a3, trading off, at least offering the trade. Now the trade did occur, and c3. And looking at this position, it really doesn't look as though white has much, if anything. Eventually g6 will happen, and yes, I don't really see an edge here for white. It looks as though Timur Gureyev's play with the black pieces has been a success, at least from the solid equalizing point of view. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and I would agree. In the Fort Knox variation, white is very careful to maintain the two Bs. A big strategic plus for Timur was his ability to get rid of the two Bs advantage. There was a model game, by the way, a game I actually lost, but nonetheless, it was a model game. Peter Leko defeated me on the white side of Fort Knox, French defense, and he did it in incredibly nice fashion by maintaining the two bishops. My first thought is that Timur is actually going to be very satisfied with the outcome of the opening here.
Yes, and we do have that the opening moves from that game that you referenced between Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand in the 1995 New York World Championship match.
And
so
how
we
did
can
it
see
go?
how it went.
Yeah.
Indeed, that one went with the bishop c4 line, and
Yes.
then without the inclusion of h4, h5, though it happened
Demand.
soon enough anyway.
Right.
So basically, queen side castles, knight e5, bishop
Yeah.
b3, so rook c8.
Rook FC?
Yes. So
Okay.
no, rook a c8.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
So no queen a5.
Right.
So this was like the old main line too.
Right.
Well, not-
So knight e5, castles, rook a c8, yes. Bishop g5, rook e8.
No, king b1, knight
King-
c4.
King b1, knight c4, I beg your pardon. Bishop
Right.
takes.
Bishop c4, rook c4,
Yes.
knight d2,
Yes.
b5,
Ah. And this
bishop h6, queen a5.
Aha.
So can we transpose into this? No.
No, we're not going to get to this. Not with the rook on
So
on
the
f6
character
yet.
of this is almost even more aggressive because the chances of a queen trade are a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes like Daniel Naroditsky in this particular permutation can kind of bail out with knight d5 at the right moment.
Right.
So-
But it occurs to me there was actually 2 games in that World Championship
Where
match.
he continued to play it.
Right. And and this wasn't the one I was thinking of where Gary actually played rook on F8, pardon me, to E8. Let me get to the position at hand, by the way.
Oh, so we have some extra moves, yes.
Yeah, so King B1, Knight E5. And like I said, my understanding, I'm not a open Sicilian player, or for that matter, these days at least, a dragon player, is that White is often now playing this move Bishop G5, waiting. He's essentially waiting for Black to play B7, B5.
Well, yeah,
before playing a Knight D5 type of idea.
Well, suppose you do play B5. I mean, this is where you always have to check for these tactics, which kind of arise once we've played King to B1. You always have to check this Bishop takes F6 idea, followed by Knight to D5.
Bishop takes F6 is a key move, but in this particular case, I'm wondering if I can't just snack on this pawn over here. Maybe I can just actually take it with Knight takes B5, thanks to the fact if you trade queens.
Yeah, that's always something
it.
that you have to watch out for too. After that, we would have to like retreat with our queen because there's no way we're going into an endgame down a pawn.
Exactly. I'm thinking that Black often plays Rook C5.
No, that's a beautiful multi-purpose move that really love it because it does so many things at once.
Right, but you do it when the bishop on E3 is already jumped to G5.
Yeah, so you're not in any kind of discovery issue.
Right.
Disco, as you guys call it.
You call it, yeah.
So, it does kind of feel like we're in a disco today. See
Okay.
how all the colors are swirling around. But yeah, the nice thing about the rook on C5 is it defends the queen on A5.
Multi-purpose move,
Yeah.
defends the king side, the queen, but that doesn't mean that White doesn't go crazy in a lot of these variations playing for G4. Let me just point out one particularly type of tactic that can often occur is this type of move, E5, in this position, because if you take this bishop on D7 at the end of this variation is hanging to a bishop
God, I
takes
feel like
F6.
there's always should be some tactics for me here.
There's always
with
tactics.
rook C3 and Knight E4.
Well,
but you have takes on F6, another in between move.
Right.
But then I can take on F6 with the pawn, and it gets. Then you play queen takes C3, and it looks like I'm coming out behind in that particular variation.
Right.
Because I don't really want to trade queens. Like if you had to take with the B pawn here.
Yeah.
After it takes on F6, if you had to take with the B pawn, then I'd be sitting pretty happy
Right.
to be down in exchange.
Exactly.
But
And in all of these lines, you've got to constantly keep in mind ideas like H5, H takes G6, and bishop takes F7.
You have to be very vigilant. That's why the dragons are really bad opening to play in blitz, right?
Well, no, but if you've got a good tactical eye and you're well prepared, you'll be amazed how many victories you can get out of a dragon without you just through preparation alone.
Yeah, but it does seem that like it's better suited to a classical game than like a lightning game, for instance.
And by the way, bishop G5, before we turn to Maurice, bishop E3 to G5 was played by Daniel Naroditsky, and I will point out that Daniel has slowed down a bit. He's still well ahead on the clock, but as he's recalling his own preparation. Maurice.
Well, I'm often asked the question, how far can a grandmaster calculate? It's one of those pesky questions we don't like to answer. Of course, we can play blindfold, so we pretty much see the whole game in our heads. But how far can you calculate accurately? That's always a challenge. And we know that sometimes the more you look, especially with these pesky computers these days, the more likely it is that you're incorrect, that you're missing something down the line. Well, take a look at the required calculation for this variation that young Caden Schroff may have to make. He could play the move knight to a6 here, a very natural move looking to get back his pawn deficit, to reduce his pawn deficit. Castles, and now knight takes. Now his bishop is still hanging on this square, so white can play knight takes, and queen to c2. Suddenly, this knight is hanging and this bishop is hanging, right? Both in one move. Now, if bishop to f5, this would be a bad move because g4 suddenly, and he's going to lose a piece. So he cannot play this move. So instead, or go down at least significant material. Instead, against this move, he can play bishop takes d5, solving both problems in one move. If bishop takes, he can just play queen takes back, guarding his knight. However, white has this move, b4 suddenly, disrupting the queen's connection to the bishop on d5. Only one way to continue. Queen takes b4. Now bishop takes d5, rook takes. The queen is happily defending the knight. So white says, wait a minute, rook to b1. By the way, all this is forced. No way to get out of this variation. Rook b1. White could have also played a3, but this move, rook b1, may be slightly better. The only way to deal now with defending the knight and defending the queen is to ignore both. Rook to c5, attacking white's queen while your queen is under attack. Well, rook takes b4, rook takes c2, and suddenly rook takes on e4, guarding this knight. Black still is okay, even though it's 6 pawns to 3. Black could actually play rook takes a2 and lose his e-pawn and say, well, I have 2 passed pawns and you have a knight, so that's one variation to consider. But he could also play the crazy e5 in the position. And now it's white who has to find the right moves. For example, bishop takes on e5 fails to rook e8, and suddenly this pin, the threat on the bishop, the move f6 is coming. Black is back in the game. White would have to find after e5 the very cagey rook to c1. And now after rook takes, he can take back because black's tactics no longer work. This move is fine for white after f4, f6. Actually, still only a slight edge after knight to c3, guarding his rook and being able to break from the pin. But this line is also crazy. So how far did he have to calculate? Well, we're at move 23 now, and that line started on move 11. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. And we'll see whether or not he plays this line. You see, he's been thinking for quite some time. Jen, you can tell us how much time he has thought so far. He might be thinking a lot more as he works out all these mystifying but very direct variations. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I'm laughing because you started your discussion with the idea of how deeply do grandmasters analyze. So we were sent a link by our mutual friend, Dr. Anthony Sadie, who said, hey, Jen, hey, Yaz, I saw the special, the Fox Sports special on Sam Sevian, and he linked us to a YouTube video that lasted about 4 minutes. And in this YouTube video, it's all about the youngest American Grandmaster, Sam Sevian, and they were interviewing Sam, and Sam said, kind of let slip, well, there are some positions where I've analyzed 20 moves deep. And I went, ugh. That was just a killer for me. 20 moves deep. I'm closer to Capablanca on this one. I only see one move ahead.
Oh, yes, I love that quote. Yeah,
The
I
best
actually
move.
I gave a TEDx talk in Baltimore a year ago where I kind of covered some of that, like why sometimes masters will see dozen moves
deeply.
ahead, and sometimes they just don't even bother and pick
Right.
the most intuitive move.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do like Capablanca because I see one move ahead.
But
The
it's
best
always
move.
it's a question people always ask, but that's okay. I mean, at least you can play with the answer. Apurva
Sure.
Verkud actually was interviewed and by a local news station.
The young
and-
lady here.
Yes, yes.
And she said,
She said like 5 to 10. She just like gave an answer.
wow.
There you go.
That's very impressive right there.
Yeah, she's a very talented young lady. So we're going to see some exciting chess from her in this tournament. Meanwhile, we are going to go to our first break of the day, and we're
Lovely.
going to be back. I mean, today promises a lot of exciting chess, so stay tuned for the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship.
Welcome to chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships in the capital of chess in America, here in St. Louis. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. We're getting some good tweets at our hashtag U.S. Chess Champs. One who I think you might have paid off, Yasser. He said, Carl Portman, he says, here I am in England wondering if Yasser is the nicest and most likable man on the planet.
I think so.
How much did you pay that guy?
Yeah, exactly. The check's in the mail, Carl. Thank you very, very, very much. Now, could you tell
But he
that?
actually got 4 favorites, so apparently, like, somebody agrees with him.
Well, if you could
Have
just
your
share
wife
that
has-
with my wife,
your wife
Yvette, I'd
has-
be really appreciative. I mean,
She has 4 Twitter accounts, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, Carl, thank you. Great coverage. Wonderful. Thank you. We do our best. We promise to make all the mistakes we can. And speaking of mistakes, I don't know. Things are really heating up here in the 5th round.
Oh, yes. And actually, another tweet by
Sorry.
Private Pile. He says that great coverage. And no, that's not the one I was looking for. But thank you, Dave. Actually, I was looking for the one by Mohammed Haidar, who said that it would be great if somebody could explain the strategy behind pawn storms. Well, it's the right round to ask that question because, of course, we've got classic pawn storm going on in the Naroditsky Nakamura.
We
Well,
will.
potential.
We're about to see them. The idea is it's most likely to occur when kings are castled on opposite sides of the board. In such cases, both players are trying to expose the other player's king by advancing pawns on the flank. And especially pawn storms are really wonderful if you can advance them with tempo, gaining time by attacking the opponent's pieces. Let's just jump into the game between Danya and Hikaru.
So we've got our favorite rook takes c3 sacrifice.
Exactly. Bishop g5, a very theoretical move. We were looking actually at rook c5, which I do believe is the most theoretical move. Rook takes c3.
Right, and that also, rook c5, great because it puts pressure on the bishop on g5. It covers the d5 square, it protects the queen on a5, and it supports the push b5.
Exactly.
But
An all-around multi-purpose move, essentially. Yeah.
Exactly. Whereas Nakamura chose another kind of classical idea in the Sicilian, which is to capture on c3. Now, a lot of times you see that move once white has already weakened his king side.
With g4.
Exactly, so that we can feel pretty comfortable that we have sufficient compensation if white just plays queen takes c3.
Right.
So here the question is, and taking with a pawn, it's pretty obvious, black has compensation. You're playing against the white king. Whether you think it's sufficient or not, that's another question, but the compensation is there.
Exactly. So,
But with queen takes, the question is where is the compensation here?
is this sufficient or not? Queen takes c3, b takes c3.
Rook c8.
Well, this is a key moment because if you play a5, trying to trap the bishop on with a follow-up a4, a5, a4, you have the move a2, a4 to deal with. Go back a second,
b5,
and you might
yeah,
want
that's another
to,
option.
yeah, you might want to start the whole exercise with b7, b5, so that your future a7, a5 pawn storm can't be met with the blocking a2, a4.
Instead, we'd have to play a3.
Eventually. Now, here the question is, great, you're very happy, you're white, you're an exchange ahead. This is really, really wonderful news. Now, how do you win the game? How do you, the position is so blocked, the rooks aren't in this exact moment very effective, so you have to figure out how you're going to open up the position to the advantage of the rooks. In other words, you need open files.
Right, and that knight on c3 is so crucial in these lines of the diagonal because that's the one that's playing knight to d5 or bishop takes f6 and knight d5, whereas the knight on d4 not nearly as effective, right? Like
Exactly.
the squares that it's hitting are all covered, and rerouting it to f4 to d5 would be great, but of course it's very slow.
Right, but that's the type of thing that white is thinking about is like, okay, he does have the half-open d-file. Again, his rooks are looking for open ranks. I consider it a very speculative idea by Hikaru in this exact position, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just it just ratchets up the tension. And by the way, Hikaru did not play b7, b5. He went for it right away with a7, a5. Basically, I would say forcing or encouraging the move a2, a4.
Okay, so that's interesting. I wonder what's going on here. Okay.
Now, in this case, one of the reasons why Hikaru may want to see this pawn landing on the a4 square is in a line like this, where you capture, again, you're not forced to capture the knight on c4, but if you do capture the knight on c4, then this pawn on a4 is hanging, which makes you want to think that maybe a good response to a7, a5 is a little bit more quiet move, a2, a3. In this particular case, one of the things that white might be hoping to do is to exploit the B file. Again, the open B file, half open B file, is an attractive file for white's rooks. So things heating up there. The game I also like once more is with our co-leader Gada Kayamsky and Ray Ray. I think essentially Ray has transposed into Queen's Gambit accepted. I mentioned that the position here, I don't like this position for black after you get in this a4 move. I think that this is very important on the queen side for white to first force black, to occupy the b4 square with b5, b4. And Gada broke with e4, takes e5, knight d5, knight takes d4, winning back his pawn. But this pawn on e5 means that black's king should, and it will, eventually go kingside. White's got a ready-made queen g4, queen h5 kind of attack.
Big attacking chances, as the pawn on e5 almost always gives us.
Exactly.
Now
a very comfortable attacking position for white, in my view. And he hasn't sacrificed anything. Yeah.
And we've got another exciting game on tap in this round, and that's between So, who's just half a point behind the leaders, and Gareev. And Grandmaster Maurice Ashley has an update on that game for us.
Well, it seems like when Timur sees a boring position, he has to make it exciting again. He can't control himself. Take a look at this. We saw him play the move h5. We thought it was funky. And So didn't react in the most exciting way. In fact, he deadened the position. Looked like a very solid position for black. Should just play normally, maybe g6, maybe castles, play super solid. No, none of that. Why don't we just play king f8 to start? So, okay, rook fe1, a normal, boring move. Let's play rook h6. Going where? We don't know, because his bishop guards the g6 square. I mean, out of control is this guy playing these wild moves. Of course, his opponent is trying to stay calm. He just played, I believe, the move knight back to e2. Yes, was the response. But creative, maybe too creative, Yaz. These moves are truly getting kind of outer spacey. He's just responded, I believe, with the move queen back to d6, which at least looks a bit normal. Guys?
I recall, I think it was Dr. Robert Hubner, when asked to give his opinion on certain numbers of players. There was a whole list of players, and they had come to Dražan Velimirović, the grandmaster from Yugoslavia, and he described Velimirović as having, his problem was that he had too much talent. Too much talent.
You know who was a great trash talker? Jorge Zamora.
Yes, Jorge's great.
Jorge Zamora Hasbro now. Yes, yeah. And he would always, like, if you made like a good move, good aggressive move, he'd say too much talent.
Too much talent. It was a spectacular put down. But I can understand Timur's idea. Let me just put it that way. Even if it's maybe misplaced, I understood that what Timur wanted to do was to exploit the fact that he had induced h2, h4, and to utilize the square g4. On a very good day, he would play knight on f6 to g4, and then this rook would come over to f6 square. Certainly not the g6 square, but the f6 square, we can see knight g4, rook f6 as being very attractive.
It looks so artificial, though. And
it does look artificial.
Be able to refute that. But actually, I do think it's more than a joke. I actually think too much talent is a good descriptor for Timur, because he's clearly a genius.
Yeah.
Like a genius on a level that a lot of players higher rated than him aren't. But yeah, why would that be? Because
Yeah.
he gets bored. He said it himself.
Yeah.
He said he played this line with H6 and G5 because he needed to keep himself interested.
Exactly.
So if
he's
he can
made
figure out like that.
how to fine tune that aggression. But Queen D6 is again the Queen wasn't doing that much over here on the A3 square. Queen dropped back to G6 again, making the move Knight G4 that much more attractive, because then there is a follow-up with Queen H2. So on a very good day, Black is going to play King G8, Knight G4, Rook F6, and try to take over the initiative against his very highly rated and esteemed opponent, Wesley So. Let's turn to Gadakamski's game for a moment, because before we left it, something you might like here, Jen, is Ray has just played the move Bishop on C8 to B7, a very fine developing move. But thanks to this pawn on E5 and the fact that Queen H5 is in the position, you got to consider the move Knight takes E6. Even if it may not work, it's the kind of combination where you send your opponent's king on a little bit of a walk. You don't want to play the move G7, G6, because that would cost you a pawn with Bishop D. Very speculative sacrifice, I grant you that. King D7, Knight D2. And right now, White's pieces are still underdeveloped. But this type of plan or combination of Knight takes E6 is in the position.
That's really fun.
Yeah, and
now,
that
why
would
do
be
you
fun.
always say? Why do you always say I'm such a pawn grubber, but you never say I'm a piece grubber? You prefer to sacrifice pieces than pawns.
Not necessarily. I'm, boy, I'm just so happy being a pawn ahead. I figure if I get a pawn ahead against anybody, I'm going to win. A piece is like too much, a piece is like, wow.
Kind of like too much talent.
Yeah, that's just overboard. That's going way overboard.
Gotcha.
You get a piece, your opponent better have some scintillating attack or great compensation. Pawns, however, can always be that much more tricky. So,
yeah, it's almost like if somebody gives you this really expensive gift, it's like, what did they do wrong?
Yeah, that's it's a little bit awkward maybe.
So Knight takes E6, yeah.
Yeah, so those types of opportunities are present in the position, and certainly both players will be looking out for them. I do believe for the moment, however, White isn't sufficiently developed, and perhaps he should just start with a move like Knight D2, bringing his knight to C, pardon me, that's not a very good one, Knight to D2 in order to bring his knight to C4 as a prelude to these types of sacrifices. So things are heating up in this very crucial game between our defending champion and our tournament leader, Ray Robson.
Now, how about our other defending champion over in the U.S. Women's Championship,
All right.
Irina Krush? Hasn't started off well in this championship, but her level of play makes her the favorite according to the statisticians despite that. So this game, very crucial, because
Yes.
she's against a player who actually has more points than her, and she can leapfrog her if she wins this game.
Precisely. So we have left it around these parts.
And you were satisfied with Black's position. You thought, that her handling of the opening wasn't too bad.
Exactly, not bad at all. And Queen C2, kind of like what you had said on our previous segment, you want to prevent Black from playing the move E6, E5, and you do that by putting pressure on the F5 pawn.
Right, I was doing it with Knight E2, Knight G3, but Queen C2 is another way.
Okay, but there is you give and get. There is a certain drawback here that after the move Knight C6, a move that I wanted to play in the variations that we were looking at, Black does introduce the idea of Knight B4, tempo against the Queen.
No, that Bishop on D3, Irina is...
That forced Irina to take a timeout with the move A2, A3. It's always nice when you can get your opponent to spend a tempo in less than a useful way, let's say.
Exactly, and because we're not sure whether we're going queenside or kingside, once we have the move A3 in, of course, that gives Black a little bit more to bite in, potentially, if we castle queenside.
So that's kind of, you show your cards a bit with the move A2, A3, suggesting very strongly Irina's going to go kingside, and then this breakout move.
E5 anyway. So the problem here, let's take a look what happens.
Well,
we can't really take that Greek gift because we just have too much direct pressure on D4. Like, she just has to be castled here.
Precisely. We will just recapture this pawn very nicely. thanks to this pin against the knight on e2. Black does not lose a pawn, and in fact, white's underdeveloped in this line.
That looks like it's going
that doesn't
to be some
work.
carnage there.
And the
So-
other problem is if you take with the pawn, of course, in this case, I don't take with the pawn because then I do get bishop takes f5. The difference here is I can recapture with the knight, and you can capture my pawn on f5, but I'm going to get this pawn on c4.
Right, or you also have knight g4 at the end of the variation.
Exactly.
I mean,
and I
you have
also
a-
have
Yeah.
this one, which
you
is
wouldn't have
much
a-
nicer. And I'm going to collect this pawn on f2, and I'll be great.
The
in this
perils of
particular-
not castling.
Exactly.
So, but it doesn't look like Rusa played e5. Oh, what? You see something here?
I had to pause myself because there is a move knight d5 here.
Uh-huh.
There's a
Okay, that's interesting.
The problem is black doesn't have a good square with a queen. Queen d8 runs into queen e6 check.
Queen
but there is queen
h4?
h4 is good enough. That's very good. That's good for black. No, this line is all good for black. You're saying that Rusa didn't play e5? I thought she did. Ooh, well, let's see what we have.
So instead she played, she did play e5.
She did play
yes.
e5.
And then after d takes e5, we did have knight takes e5.
Right, so far so good. Castles and knight g4. Look at her go. Rena is facing queen h4, h3, trying to drive the knight back. Looks right. Queen h4 anyway, and the U.S. champion had better be careful. Going to show you a nice little mate. Let's say we do something, maybe it's not silly, but I just like to show the type of thing that does exist in the position, knight f3 check. And in case you don't capture this knight, queen takes f2. These are the
Ooh, we've seen this stuff before, haven't
yeah,
we?
these are the types of tricks and patterns that grandmasters are all very familiar with. In any case, this attack, I don't think it's justified, but that doesn't mean that white doesn't have to be careful. For the moment, 3 very active pieces, including the two members of the cavalry here on e5 and g4. So Arena has to just keep a very watchful eye over both the rover, the rook coming up and over, as well as knight f3 check. Still, I think that Black's attack may be premature. And if things don't work out, at the end of the day, White's going to have a very nice knight sitting on the d5 square.
Ooh. Meanwhile, it looks like things are really popping off on Conrad Halt's game against Caden Trum.
Well, yeah, that was that heavy theoretical battle, and check it out. Just
So
as,
you were looking at this takes on e6 line, sacrificing the queen.
Yeah, that was earlier without the move e3, e4. But
Seemed compelling, but instead e4, knight e4, knight takes f2.
And then this was the line that Maurice Ashley was saying that goes back to a game from the Olympiad with Josef Pinter, where queen a4 was played, offering this rook on h1. Caden Trove, who, by the way, again, leads 4-0 in their individual matchups before this game. Caden Trove has just played the move queen takes c5.
Wait, are these clocks right? Look at those clocks.
1
24
hour.
minutes for Caden?
Wow, so Caden's been in the tank, as I think he's been caught unawares in this very, very sharp position. Now, I think that White has some really intriguing possibilities, again, with the direct and very obvious, let me take the bishop, sacking the rook in the corner. Now, I am keeping a careful eye over queen f2, which is, by the way, not
That's
just a
little
check.
check.
That's a check and a mate. But let's look at this line. Takes. Now, you can't move your king in the corner.
I have queen e8 check.
Precisely. Queen e8 check is a killer. So the king would have to move to f8, blocking the pawn. Now, I'll play the move knight e4 with both the idea of stopping f2 mate, but also picking up a tempo against your queen. Now, if your queen moved to, let's say, a safe square, I don't know if this is necessarily a safe square, but at least you'll understand the idea that I want to go knight g5 to h7 checkmate.
Too many knight checkmates.
Exactly, as well as knight on g5 to e6.
Right.
And Caden Trove sure has got himself into a tactical Donnybrook, but maybe he's got the worst of it. Maurice, this position is just blown up, and my take is that Conrad has sucker punched Caden, but I can't be sure. What's going on?
What are you asking me for? This position is crazy, but actually crazy bad for black, according to the engines. Caden did not prepare this line, and his decision to take the pawn on c5 should cost him terribly. The move queen to a4, we mentioned this move had been played before. He could have captured on a4. He could have first taken on c3, as we found in that old game that we had mentioned that of the Hungarian pincer with the white pieces. But this line that he played, queen takes c5, is just bad. I mean, just bad, just purely bad. Taking on e6, as you mentioned, is the right way to play. Knight takes h1, the only move. E takes f7, king f8, again, the only move. And white just has to find knight to e4. Knight e4 is big trouble for black. Black just basically has almost no moves. Queen f5, by the way, knight g5 is just too powerful. It's like lights out. The only move the engine gives to crawl forward, but it's still saying black is way down, is the move queen to b6. Somehow looking to keep these threats here to freeze white's pieces just for a little bit. Now, of course, the knight cannot move to g5 because suddenly queen f2 is mate. All right, but he's hanging on by a thread with this move, queen to b6. There are a couple of moves here. The move given as best is queen a3, a little paradoxical. The engine even throws in the move bishop to c7 of all things, because now if you play queen takes, now knight g5 is back in effect and the threats are gone. So that's a possibility. Queen a3 is supposed to be even more accurate, a possibility. Eyeballing this square, getting ready to bring the queen over as well. This position, the more you look at it, the more you start feeling like black's in deep trouble, and I don't think Caden wanted to go into this line. He was not prepared for the line. All Conrad has to do is to find a few accurate moves, and he's going to wrap up the game. Guys?
Wow, and that would be his first victory, Conrad Holt, over Caden.
Right, and what a stage to have it on.
Oh,
and
yeah, the U.S.
what an
Championship.
execution.
Yeah.
Conrad Holt is a fun player to watch.
Yeah, and he was very unlucky, I think, in his game against Hikaru Nakamura. That was that King's Indian game where Hikaru had sacrificed a pawn for some play.
All right.
And then Conrad just unleashed the hounds and got clobbered.
Yeah,
but if he had played it accurately, I think Hikaru, and afterwards Hikaru said, hey man, I wasn't very happy with my position at all in the game and not happy about the way I played it. But today it looks, again, this looks very forcing. Knight c3, e4 kind of move that plays itself.
This looks like a revenge fantasy, doesn't it? This looks like a revenge fantasy.
A revenge fantasy.
On the chessboard.
Yeah,
I mean,
these,
like,
dreams.
Like you lose 4-0, and you not only do you win, but you win in the most important tournament right before the rest day in
smashing fashion. Yeah.
Right.
How sweet is that? Okay, turning back to our first board. Let me get up there with Danya and Hikaru. After this exchange sacrifice, queen takes c3, b takes c3, a7, a5 was Hikaru's choice, and a2, a3, not putting the pawn on a4 where the pawn on a4 could have been a potential target.
So here rook c8?
Rook c8, attacking the pawn on c3. Danya says, okay, I know it's a double pawn, but it's my pawn. He defended it with king b2, and king f8 was played. Fine, nothing wrong with this. I'm sitting there going, okay, again, as white, I've got to make my exchange as useful as possible. And I'm thinking to myself that I'm not really getting anything per se along the d file.
Yeah.
I would really, if I were white, I would start thinking that I've got to utilize the b file.
Because your rooks, if you're up in exchange, but you have no files for your rooks, and what on earth is it worth?
Yeah, what are the
those
exchange
are what rooks
doing?
for.
So the move king b2 means that it's going to be...
But how would you arrange that? You would put your king on
Exactly.
a2, but then your bishop's going to get trapped.
Precisely.
So king a2 just allows a4, bishop d5, e6, you know, and bishop takes b7, there's rook b8. Well, if you play king a2, that's not the case, but we can preface it.
Right. I'm thinking that I would have started with the move knight e2. Okay, so what's the idea here? The idea behind knight e2 is that I would like to crawl over, put my king on d2 so that my king's not in the way of using the b file. You also mentioned that once the knight gets to d2, it does have ideas of being more useful.
And just
on
threatening the
d5 square.
g6, you might be able to pick up a tempo if that knight on e5 moves away.
Right.
With threatening g6. But at the
King
same
d2 is okay.
when
Not-
you say that you're planning to crawl, that doesn't usually give the most intimidating impression.
Right. Well, this is the type of game where a lot of preparatory moves, white is going to have to nurse the position ahead. It doesn't just suddenly bang. You need a lot of preparation to exploit the rooks. I like this move, king f8, by the way, very much by Hikaru. It's not like this is a great move or in any wonderful sense, but it's this kind of prophylactic move. You're getting out of this bishop on b3, so there's no knight g6 as you're covering the square e7, and basically you're saying to your opponent, I'm going to exchange down, but I'm improving my position. How are you going to improve yours?
But if we didn't know that rule about rooks being worth 5 and knights being worth 3, maybe in this position it wouldn't feel so bad.
Right.
Because the rooks are ineffective right now. We've got Teryn outside, actually, with Mike Hummer from the club here in the St. Louis Chess Club to talk about a tournament that you guys can get in on the action.
Yes, Jen, thank you. I am here with Mike Hummer of the St. Louis Chess Club, and the St. Louis Open is coming up. So you want to explain to people what that's all about?
Sure. The Bill Wright St. Louis Open will take place April 17th through the 19th. It'll feature a $12,000 prize fund. The open section will be FIDE rated, and it'll feature a top prize of $2,000. So it's actually the two-time defending champion of the event. And there's 20 prizes. And there's also an under 2,000 section, which features a top prize of $1,000.
That's great. And people can still register and get involved?
Yes. You have until April 15th to register and lock in a $100 entry fee. After that, it will go up to $120. And space is limited this year, so get your entry fees in early at stlouischessclub.org.
Awesome. And for those of you that don't know, Mike is also a star here at the club in his own right. He is the 1998 Missouri State champion, and he's also a YouTube sensation. So for those of you that haven't checked out the YouTube channel, the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel, you just want to explain to people the classes and things that they can find there?
Sure, yeah. You can Google Meaning of Life Revealed, and that will come up with my video there. You can also go to YouTube and search in chess lecture or chess club. And we have over 500 videos on our YouTube channel, and it's a lot of fun. And we got grandmasters doing great lectures.
Yeah, and what kind of classes do you teach here at the club?
Sure, I teach the beginner breakdown class Tuesdays at 6:30, and they're also featured on the YouTube channel.
So there you have it. Even if you can't get down to the Chess Club of St. Louis, you can also tune in on their YouTube channel. Again, just search for St. Louis Chess Club, and you can find Mike's videos, among other things there, too, as well. Thank you very much. We'll send it back down to Jen.
Thank you, Teryn. Yeah, great. And Mike Hummer is also one of the featured instructors on the very popular St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel.
Yes, he is.
Where they have all the grandmasters in residence, and Mike giving some lessons as well.
I've actually attended a couple of his lectures here. He's got this booming voice.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah, that you can be a great presenter if your voice carries to the farthest ends of the room. But Maurice says that he's been investigating the game of six-time U.S. champion Irina Krush, and he's got some thoughts to share. It's according to Maurice, things are happening big time on that table.
Well, it seems like there is one move in chess that we all get excited about, and it's when the G-pawn, instead of going one square, goes two, and especially when it's black who plays this move. So look at this game between defending champ Irina Krush and former champion Rusudan Golutiani. We saw black going on the attack. She played aggressively, enterprisingly from the start. Now she's got this attack with queen h4. You don't dare take this knight because, of course, the other knight will show up on the square. So knight to f4, bringing a new piece over to that side. You'd expect maybe a simple trade, take and just bring your knight back. No, Rusinan says, I have only one thing on my mind, and that's beating you today. And she played the move g5. Now, this move doesn't win. It doesn't give her an advantage. In fact, it might make her much worse in this position, significantly worse after knight d5. But as you look at it, it turns out it's not so easy to exploit this move. The best move for black that the engines give is rook to f7, in fact saying it's the only move in this position, preventing the move knight to e7. And now white's going to have to look around for a great move here, and it's still not easy to exploit this compromise structure. So Golutiani, not caring about the fact that Irina Krush is a 6-time champion, she just says, hey, I'm going for it. Time to play chess. g5. Guys?
Taking a page from Timur.
Except, hold on. I mean, it's great that we can sit here in our studios. We've got, Maurice has got his engine, and he can see the most exact moves and things like that. But when you're sitting at the table and your opponent is coming at you with guns blazing, you can really feel the fear. Maurice, in that position, after the move g5, I call this a kind of bridge-burning move. You're no longer in any kind of conservative mode. You mentioned knight d5, and you said that engines think rook f7 is black's best. If I were in white shoes, the move I would fear as a human being is the move f5, f4, and I'm thinking to myself, my God, my opponent's coming to kill me. My opponent wants to go f4, f3, and I can see, 5 ways to checkmate. How on earth is Irina going to defend herself against such an onslaught like f4?
The way you describe it, yeah, it's on a duck. My goodness.
I'm trying to imitate you here, my friend.
Well, let me tell you, the move f4 is a very interesting move. It turns out that there are different ways to try to defend this position, but black looks like he's fine, looks like she's fine in all of them. There's simply e takes, f4 is possible, followed by full stop. You're not going any further with this attack. F3, I don't want to see any more nonsense come out of you. So it looks like this can just freeze the position. Of course, knight to e3 is playable, takes. And the question then becomes, what's up with this pawn here on this square, especially when some sacrifices might happen on h3. But it seems that none of that will happen if bishop to e4, keeping the position solid. But that said, it does look as though that's a variation for black that white will have to consider and be afraid of. Multiple lines to consider in that position. Like you said, there's a solid rook f7, there's the f4 move, there's even knight f3 check to look at in some lines. This is a scary position for sure. When somebody plays g5 against you, they're telling you, I don't care about you right now. It's all me, and I'm coming to get you. So very much an exciting game heating up in this position versus two great champions.
Thank you, Maurice. And
how's our leader in the Women's Chess Championship going?
Okay, let's.
So Nemtsova.
We haven't seen Kate's game for quite some time. Hold on, that's not the game that I wanted.
Nemtsova Abrahamian.
I'm over here. I beg your pardon. So we saw this Maroczy bind. We had kind of left it more or less in the opening. Hold on, where's my mouse? There we go.
Yeah,
Queen d3
type of thing where queen takes d4 Sicilian.
We'd left it more or less at these points. Then came the move a6, insisting Tatev wants the two bishops. Kate parted with the two bishops, knight c3, g6. So this all looks pretty conventional. Okay, rook b1 is well, we've seen a lot of these rook b1s.
I'm surprised you don't like rook b1. My dad always likes to joke about you.
Rook b1, yeah. That's
oh,
great witticism.
Rook b1, b4, b5.
And they call him genius.
Every game.
Brilliant put down. I love that.
No, it's a compliment because they're saying that you win all your chess games.
I have mixed feelings.
Okay, gotcha.
Rook b1 was Kate's choice. I could have imagined also knight d4 as being a very reasonable move also for white. Rook b1 was her choice. Castles. Now knight d4. Okay. Knight d7, rook d1, rook c8, b2, b3. So what Kate wants to do is put her bishop on b2 in order to neutralize this bishop on g7 and basically say to black, okay, you have the two bishops, but your bishop on c6 is not that effective. In fact, it might even interfere with your play down the c-file. I would call this position as balanced. I'm turning to the game of Caden Tro for a moment because Conrad has captured that bishop on e6, sacrificing his exchange. Virtually only move for Caden now is to take the rook, whether he likes it or not.
And he has. We see him on the camera. He's captured the rook.
And this is where Conrad has just got to find this very nice move, knight e4, which, by the way, is truly compelling, defending the mate on f2, attacking the queen, setting up for knight g5. And Maurice had given this one line where if you drop back with your queen...
Oh, he looks like he's done... Oh, he's... Okay.
This move, bishop c7, a move that I hadn't...
He's taken on f7 with jack.
He has indeed. And king f8 again.
Only move.
And this move, bishop c7, that I hadn't seen, I was concentrating on queen f5. This move, bishop c7, if you see that at the board, as a Grunfeld player, you know something has gone wrong because we've spoken about how crucial it is for black to fight for the initiative. And after a move like bishop c7, it's clear that white's going after black big time, and I think that that's a game winner. And we have seen, by the way, takes on f7 and Caden to play, and we think king f8 is basically forced. Okay, I wanted to bring up the game of Ray and Gada Kamsky because this is Gada has this style where I kind of like, I very, very much admire the way he builds up positions. And basically, this pawn on e5 is a monster pawn in the sense that it denies this knight on d5 the defensive move f6.
That's so crucial for defending the h7 square. So that's why Ray decided to fianchetto his bishop to cover up those squares, which would otherwise be really tricky to defend.
Be vulnerable, yeah. So white is developing his forces behind the shoulders of this pawn on e5.
But the negative is that we've really weakened the dark squares a lot as black. So, you know, we still have the dark squared bishop. We can try to fit in knight e4 and bishop g5 in at the right moment, and things could get ugly.
Exactly.
Of course, we have to watch our e-pawn, but there's going to be plenty of situations where we might even be able to consider sacrifices.
Right, and I like this move very much by white, queen g4, not necessarily from the knight e4, knight bishop g5 perspective, but let's just put a move on the board for black, a very risky move. Now, again, you've mentioned knight e4 with the idea of bishop g5 and knight f6. I also like just this move, knight c4. I think that this move, knight c4...
Playing on both sides of the board.
Precisely. Playing for bishop g5 and knight d6.
Put more pressure on with h4 and h5. Forcing you to make a decision about whether or not you're going to allow my pawn to h5 or whether you're going to weaken yourself. Looks like a lot of fun for white, and meanwhile, where's black's counterplay?
Right. Where is black's counterplay? Glad you asked that question. If you put this position back on the board for a moment, and you imagine that this black pawn was not on the square b4, but was rather on the b5 square, and the white pawn was on a2. This is something I alluded to a long time ago. I really like the positions for white when the inclusions of the move a4 and b4 are shown. Because in this position, again, if the black pawn were not on the b4 square, then this move, knight b5, d4, could send a hiccup into white's plans.
A little destabilizing,
yeah,
indeed.
The knight on d4 is hanging, the bishop on d3, there's ideas of queen d5, and that subtle difference of the fact that the pawn is on b4 versus being on b5, and also...
Well, also it stops your knight c4 idea, because one of our natural counterplay ideas is to just play, well, I don't know if I can call it counterplay, but like knight d7, just to kind of keep an eye on your e5 pawn.
Exactly.
But if we had a pawn on b5, of course, knight c4 wouldn't be possible.
Even be possible.
So the only way that we can pressure that pawn enough would be to play something like knight d7 and queen b8.
Right.
But that doesn't look that likely to work out, especially with these knight d6 ideas that you mentioned. Although, I mean, that's the only ideas I see for black here.
Right.
Maybe holding off on castling is the right plan and try to immediately put pressure on e5 with knight d7.
Right. and then that was the next thing. If you play a move like knight d7, you have to be very sensitive towards ideas of
Knight
piece
e6
x
ideas,
and bishop
yeah.
e6. I think
Indeed.
you still need to preface it with knight c4. I do see black's king as going kingside regardless whether you play knight d7 or castles, and Maurice
But white
has,
is having fun here, and Maurice has news from the Crush Goletiani.
absolutely.
Well, Yaz, the move you were terrified of has occurred. Goletiani played the move f4 here after knight to d5, knight fd5, f4 is on the board, and she is intent on mating her illustrious opponent. At least a vicious attack brewing on this king side. Now I want to show you a couple of variations here. Bishop takes on h7 check is a possible move. Trying to trade off so that you can pick this knight off on g4, and also going into a quieter endgame, praying that you survive. Well, black will just say, yeah, right. I don't think so. We are going to play chess today. And that move is big time, sidestepping the bishop and making sure this bishop will be hanging in future variations while still continuing the attack. So that's not a real line to consider. In fact, if you were to trade now and bring your bishop back, then f3 is going to land on the board in a split second. So this is something white does not want to see. The other line, f4, e takes f4, e takes f4, f3 is the line I mentioned before. But after looking at it deeper, knight e3 takes, bishop to e4 was the move that the engines say, except when you prod them a little bit, analyze a little bit more, they came up with this sacrifice, bishop takes on h3. Give me the pawn. He said, wait a minute, what if I do take this bishop? Now again the move, king to h8, and white will have her head in her hands trying to solve this problem as a rook appears on the g file. A big attack afoot and many potential mistakes for our champion Irina Krush, having to look at this board and figure out what she should do next. We have, I don't think that's her there, and we have in the image, but she is going to have to solve this problem. That is, Goletiani, she has taken on f4, that is. Krush has captured on f4. And I'm surprised what she could possibly be thinking about here. Looks like somehow takes would be automatic, but this game is certainly hot and heavy after Goletiani plays boldly to try to win against this champion. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And again, it's great that we're sitting back here admiring the players. And G takes f4 has been played, and we can see how white can defend. But I'm telling you, when I'm sitting there in arena shoes and I see my opponent throwing everything at me, and I'm looking at f4, f3, and you just showed Maurice that nice bishop sacrifice. I know this is not what Irina played for at the start of the game in the opening. She was probably thinking, well, how am I going to get a nice, safe little advantage? And we might be talking about an advantage for white here, but this has nothing to do with a safe advantage. She's definitely been thrown on the defense, and she's got to make some really good moves. And
you see that when Irina Krush has difficulties, it's often from underestimating her opponent's attacks.
We all do. We all do.
No, I mean, like, specifically, if she has a weakness, that would be
one of them. Yeah,
because she loves her space advantages or structural advantages, and sometimes she underestimates the counterplay in her opponent's positions.
You know, Edmar Mednes wrote a wonderful book, How to Beat Bobby Fischer. And he analyzed in great detail each and every game that Bobby Fischer lost. And at the end of the book, the central thesis is that Bobby underestimated his opponent's attack. In virtually all the games that he lost, he just underestimated.
So if it's a problem that she has, she's in good company.
She's sharing it with Bobby Fischer. You bet, you bet. And by the way, Ray did play the move knight d7.
And by the way, it's way better to err on the side of confidence in your own positions and your own abilities, and then the other way around, where you're afraid of ghosts.
Exactly.
And constantly worry that your opponent's going to attack you.
Exactly. Gada didn't go for the move that I thought was very attractive, which was knight c4. Instead, he said, I'm going to concentrate my pieces on the king side. And he did play the move knight f3. We have seen castles by Ray. And again, this very compelling, attractive move, bishop g5, was deferred.
I mean, one thing I do like about knight f3 is that also we overprotect that knight on d4. I know overprotection and Nimzovich, you love the concept. But there were some potential tactics with the knight on c4 that the knight on d4 could become loose in some variations.
Right.
So the combination of concentrating on the king side. But I know you were loving that d6 square.
Yes, exactly. I was eyeballing that with fantasies, evil intentions.
But now your ideas of knight takes e6 sacrificing are also very much in the air. When we play queen h3, if we get a chance to play knight g5, threatening, very subtle threat of checkmate and wine, and you play a move like h6, we can take on e6, and not only are we getting 2 pawns, but we're also getting an exchange, and that could be fun.
Yeah. For example, let's have some fun. So we've just seen this move queen h3 by Gadakamsky as he's preparing the very straightforward checkmating patterns of bishop g5, bishop h6 followed by knight g5. Let's imagine that Ray played a move like queen c7. That's kind of good. You attack the pawn. And now let's have some fun.
Yeah, and by the way, we should also try your bishop h6 idea later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knight g5, give me the goods over here on the h7 square, provoking the move h6. Knight takes e6, bang. Pardon me, I'm trying, forking queen and rook, compelling the capture, and then check to the king. King would have to walk into the corner. We've already got 2 pawns for the piece and a 3rd pawn and threatening mate, and this is all she wrote. This would be a disaster for Ray. And knight, queen c7.
Queen c7 wasn't your best move.
Is walking straight forward into a killing blow.
So we need to find a really good defensive move in this position. And like you said, I mean, this bishop h6 idea is also a possibility.
Yes.
So what if we play queen? Oh God, it's dangerous. I'm trying to play like something like queen b6 at least to keep the knight on d4, an eye on the knight on d4, and an eye on e6.
Right. That makes perfectly good sense to me as well, Jen.
I'm so scared.
But yeah,
I'm so scared because of your other idea. So first of all, knight g5 threatens checkmate, so I don't have the time to take on d4. But the cool thing is that now when I play h6 and you take on e6, f2 is hanging at the end of the variation. I don't know if that's going to be enough to save my.
But who knows? I think I'd probably throw in an a4, a5, by the way, just to ask your queen, do you want to remain on the diagonal or I just tickle you and force your queen away from the e6
This doesn't look
square.
promising. Too many possibilities for white, and even the first one we look at seems good. News on the defending champion Irina Krush getting really attacked mercilessly by Ruslan Goletiani. How's that going, Maurice?
Well, as champions do, she has kept her cool and played a solid line, not wanting to do anything crazy in this position as her opponent is intent on blowing her off the board. You can just see how focused Goletiani is in this position. Who would have thought that? She hasn't played in this championship in a couple of years. She looks like she's been playing chess almost every day. Look at this position. A lot of people may be asking, well, why couldn't you just take this knight, and if knight takes back on g4, okay, now I've lost my touch screen. Well, let's go back to this moment here. Well, it looks like I've totally lost my touch screen. But going to the position, she did play this line with knight to e3. Sometimes the technology half works. She did play the line with knight to e3, trades on e3. Irina has played very solidly in this position, but Goletiani still has the potential for the sacrifice on h3. If she's not careful, we'll get back to it in a moment. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Pity about that technology, but just bringing up the game that Maurice wanted to show. Let's go back a moment because Maurice wanted to show this line that many of you in our audience may have been wondering, well, why can't you just simply take the knight? I mean, knight's hanging, right? Well, the problem is that, we're back. Maurice, I was going to steal your thunder.
Thanks, Yas. I appreciate it. You know how we show love to each other. Well, take a look at the line now. If h takes g4, the move f3 is the monster move here. f3 is just crushing. There's nothing to do about what's happening on this side. First of all, there are threats of queen takes g4. There's going to be a mate happening on the g2 square, and you can't touch this pawn because the knight will show up, and then there'll be a mate on the h2 square. So this is the move she was terrified of, that f3 move, and that's why she didn't capture that piece. Well, she saw it, obviously, say terrified of, maybe overstating it, but in this position, instead, she played the move f3, and then knight to e3 takes. And this is the position to evaluate. The engine's giving bishop e4 as best. To me, that's counterintuitive. That's going to take some time to realize that you have to move the bishop. You're dropping this pawn, by the way, because bishop e4 is playable. Knight takes on c4, and this check, bishop d5 check, king over in the corner h8, and the queen is guarding the knight, so that's not a big deal. For white in this position, the key move is knight to e4, but giving up a pawn when you thought you were going to win a pawn or win some kind of material, maybe win the knight, that's a little counterintuitive for her to find. So she's in this position now, trying to figure out what comes next. She's weathered the main storm. She's stopped that pawn from going down the board. But will she be able to truly cover her game, recover her mindset, and play the right way? I suspect it's arena crush after all, that she will steady the ship and figure out the next few moves. Guys?
But the challenge has been thrown down. I mean, this is really, really tough for the six-time U.S. Women's Champion Arena Crush, because again, she spotted the field a point. That is to say, she's 1 point behind, and she knows how crucial this game is because she's playing a player with a higher score than her. So
yeah,
she really needs to win.
But to be fair,
and she's under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, her opponents have been playing well in this tournament.
Oh, without question. I mean, she's not giving away the points, terribly blundering. Her opponent, Naji, played a great game.
Yeah,
I mean,
Naji played a great game. I mean, Verkoot even gave her a really good fight in her first championship against the strongest player. That was Merle. And then Foyger had her on the ropes too and played a really good game. So I think the level in this tournament of her competitors has been a little bit higher than she might have expected. Because a lot of times it was the Irina and Anna show, and her opponents were not as prepared as they are this time.
Well, I think when Anna Zatonski was in the field had to prepare for two crocodiles, so to speak. Now everybody knows that Irina's the big favorite, and so they're really gunning for her in the sense that they want to bring their very best game, and they're doing it. Okay, Irina's having a lot of trouble, and today, by the way, I'm going to go to Maurice because Bishop e4 was not found by Irina. She chose something else, and I think we're going to see some sacrifices in a moment. Maurice.
Yes, and there's craziness happening on other boards as well. So let's just settle down with this one. This move looks like an extremely logical move. Just bring the rook into the game. Why not? Now everybody's ready. And like I said, that move, Bishop e4, very subtle move. You know, dropping your c-pawn without concrete play, that is not in Irina's style. So instead, she just brought the rook over. She said, your pawn's a problem, and I'm going to prove it to you. I'm just going to go after it and win it. Not so easy, because now this move is playable. Bishop takes on h3 is possible here. If you capture back immediately, then guess what? Knight takes, f3 check. You've got to get rid of this guy quick. And then rook takes. Not only did you not get rid of my pawn, you've also invited my other pieces into your position. So bishop takes h3. Capturing back is not a good idea. But if you don't capture back, and let's say you just capture this pawn, well, now king to h8 is possible. This rook's going to get into the game. This is already better for black, according to the engines. So it seems as though that natural move in what was a crazy chaotic position that settled down a little bit, she got a little probably complacent, and she's going to be in trouble if her opponent finds bishop takes on h3. I also want to point out another game that maybe Caden Trofe is happy with the black pieces because his opponent didn't find the most accurate move. We saw this crazy line, king f8, knight e4, queen to b6. How in the world do you avoid playing bishop c7? I don't know. It's not the best move, though. The best move is queen a3. Queen a3 would have been better. Threatening knight to c5 and knight e6. That would have been lights out. Instead, he played what looks beautiful, bishop c7. That looks like a monster move, just finishing the game, because after queen takes, the knight's going to go to g5 instead and find that e6 square, that h7 square, and it's pain. Unfortunately for him, queen to e3 is a move, and young Caden Trofe found what was his only response, hanging what looks like a straight rook on this square. But what's weird about this position is black has to now find knight to c6. And here it turns out that black has great play. This knight is hanging. This bishop is hanging. Best, according to the engine, which just makes about no sense, is takes, and queen c2, allowing rook to c8. If these are the variations White has to analyze, then there are mistakes waiting to be made, because this is very much a crazy game. And Conrad, having played Bishop C7, thinking that was a winning line, is probably now looking at the board and saying, wait a second, it's not what I thought it was.
I didn't realize that Keenan had that type of counterplay there. Fabulous.
Queen E3 is a heck of a resource,
Wow,
isn't it? Right.
that is just incredible. And that just goes to show you that when your king's not safe, there's always counterplay.
Well,
I'm shocked, though.
I really like the line by Michael Tall. When you see a good move, stop, analyze. There might be something better. Bishop C7. How can you not play that move once you see it? But then when you do see Queen C7 resigns, Queen C7 Knight G5 resigns, then you say he's got to play Queen E3, and then you stop. You go, maybe I don't want to invite the queen into my camp. Queen E3 is too strong. Then you go, okay, how can I step up for Bishop C7? Oh, Queen A3, threatening Knight C5, threatening Bishop C5, Bishop C7, and then you find Queen A3. But Bishop C7 is so attractive.
You make it seem so easy, Yasser. This like chess tree, think like a grandmaster, logical step by step, huh?
Yeah. And operators are standing by to improve your game. That's right.
Today is all about tactics at the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship before the rest day. We've got tactical sacrificial lines on so many of our boards, and we are going to be right back after a quick break here in the capital of chess.
Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's. We have some breaking news in the Women's Championship where Rusudan Golitsihani has played the move Bishop takes h3, and her attack is rolling.
Wow. She's really putting the pressure on her six-time illustrious opponent, six-time champion Irina Krush, isn't she?
That's right. And meanwhile, you're pulling up the game between Naroditsky and Nakamura, which also featured a sacrifice, although this was more of a positional sacrifice that's very particular to the Dragon.
And the Open Sicilian as well. Things are heating up on our first board. What happened was after the move, oh, by the way, Irina's game is so attractive. I thought I saw a move there. We had left it more or less around these parts. Rook c8, king b2 were played, king f8, knight e2. Again, White has an issue of where he wants to place his rooks most effectively. I'm not sure knight e2 in this particular case was Danya's best. Nonetheless, that was his choice. Bishop b5, knight came back to d4. Kind of a demonstration right there that White is having difficulties deciding what his best piece setup was or is. Bishop a6, rook he1, a move I like very much, as this sets up for f4, e5 attacking ideas. Knight d7.
Trying to make use of those rooks, which we've been, you were trying to do earlier on the b file.
Right, trying to make use of his dark square bishop. Black's idea is very straightforward. He would like to go knight b6 followed by knight c4. Danya said, I can't wait for that knight to land on b6. I'm going to play f4. And I believe we've seen knight c4 check, bishop takes c4. And for the moment, by the way, White has to show some concern that the bishop on g5 doesn't end up in a trap position after f7, f6. Let's assume for the moment bishop takes c4. Again, from Black's point of view, Black doesn't want White to do anything so that he could play knight c5 to a4 check, win back a pawn as further compensation for the exchange. I think Danya is going to be compelled to try to open up the position for his rooks with a line like e4, e5, also to try to prevent f7, f6. This game is heated up, and it could easily turn into a situation that's good for Hikaru. Maurice, your thoughts on this game?
Well, I think you explained that well, Yaz. The game I'm paying attention to right now is a huge game on the ladies' side. We should remember, guys, since 2005, only 2 women have won our country's national championship on the ladies' side. You're looking at one of them right there on the left, Irina Krush, and also the other woman is Anna Zatonsky. They have had a lock on the championships for 9 years. The player who won in 05 before them Well, she's on the right of the screen, Rusidan Gulatiani, and her best finish since then has been 3rd place. She's been looking for a chance to get back to the winner's circle, and in this game, she's playing like a former champion, going straight at her illustrious opponent, and in this position, we saw her go hog wild with F5 and F4, threatening F3, now the pawn on E3, and then she decides to continue with bishop takes on H3. Irina wanted none of that, seeing that the king would move over. If this capture happened, the king would simply move over. Actually, no, knight takes F3 would be the move here. Knight takes F3 and rook takes, too much to handle. So Irina decided to stay solid. Rook takes E3, thinking now I've got F3 under control. I'm getting ready to rip off your bishop. Maybe you back up, get out my face. And Rusidan said, I don't think so. I'm still moving my king over to H8. I see the G file. I see tactics around your king. A tremendous attacking game so far by Gulatiani. She's just pulled out all the stops, throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at Irina. This is a game that will definitely decide the fate of the women's championships. If it goes the wrong way for Irina, she could bury herself in a ginormous hole that she could not dig out of in this championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And definitely this is a huge, huge game for the women's championship, because Irina, again, she came in as such a dominant favorite. I mean, I don't think even anybody had any doubts, and even was thinking that Irina might be the player who was most likely the Bobby Fischer
I mean, still admittedly very low, but
exactly.
a few percent perhaps,
but
more than 1%.
Yeah, but if you look at the entire field, I think people would have put a bet wager on her on a long shot.
My opinion, though, is that it's more that her opponents are playing well than that she's playing poorly.
Right. She hasn't played very badly. In fact, this game, for example, take as an example, she played quite decently the whole game, and then her opponent just threw everything at her with G5, F5, F4, F3, G5, F5, F4, and has really gone cutthroat, so to speak, bridges being burned. And again,
also maybe learning a little bit what works better against Irina, what types of openings, perhaps their preparation is a bit more psychologically sound.
Mm-hmm.
But it really is impressive to me that of the three, obviously it was a perfect first crack at her, but the other three players really brought great chess.
Against her specifically,
a couple hundred points lower rated in all these cases.
Right.
I guess that's a slight exaggeration. 150 to 200 points differences, which is a big margin.
Yeah, but everything you say, I totally agree with. But the point is, Irina is really facing a key moment, because look at the position after this move, King H8. The big threat isn't so much rook G8 as is bishop takes G2. If it was black to play at the moment, bishop takes G2, and you have no good way of capturing that bishop on G2. So Irina has got to find some really good moves just to stay in the game at this point. I'd love to go back to our open section.
We do have one result, actually. Another one of our front runners. Nazi Pakidze has drawn her game against Anna Sharovich, and I think we are going to be getting Anna for an interview in just a bit, so that'll be fun, and maybe we'll get her thoughts on this barn burner between the defending champion.
Okay, sorry to say, I didn't pay too much attention in that game. It looks like
we have another repetition. That's what it always is when they make a draw before 30 moves, because you're not allowed to agree to a draw.
I see.
Before 30 moves have taken place. So, but if it's a repetition, there's not much else you can do.
I see exactly how that happened. Okay, let's go to our first board. And again, things have really blown up on this board. Hikaru made the well-known exchange sacrifice in open Sicilian. The players reached this position, takes. When I left it, I didn't really pay much attention to this move F4, F5 by Danya. He played F5. I thought his intention was to play E5. He didn't do that. After F5, boy.
Well, E5, you wanted to open up the E line for the rooks, obviously.
Exactly. On a good day, both the E and D file for the rooks.
Greedy.
I'm greedy.
You want all the chocolate eggs.
Exactly. Something like this, where this rook has play as well as does this rook.
So instead,
the problem when Danya played f5 is after the straightforward move knight c5, he's got issues because takes, the rooks still are not playing. There's no rook f1 check, there's no
Well, knight
e5.
a4 is on the
and knight
on the
a4.
menu as well, and c3 will hang. So this looks like some nice improvement here for Nakamura's position, getting that knight into the fray. And we do have our first guest of the day.
Absolutely.
Welcome Anna Sharovich, who now lives in St. Louis. She is with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Jen. Anna Sharovich, who's won the Belarusian Championship 4 times, knows a thing or two about winning a national championship. Welcome to the show.
Oh. Hi, Maurice. Happy Easter to you.
Thank you. You too. You started off the championship with a bang, a win, very audacious play against your young opponent. But so far, I mean, after that, it's been a hiccup for you in the tournament. Not too great. What's happened in the last few rounds?
Well, the first round I was a little bit lucky, really. And, you know, the second and the third round, I didn't really show the best play. I know myself I can play much better. Then yesterday with Victoria, okay, that game proved that, like, you know, we play, but it's a draw anyway.
Yeah, Victoria is a good friend of yours,
yes.
And usually you guys draw, but this time you fought to the death and it was still a draw.
You know, the first time we played against each other, it was in 2007, and there was a fight very similar like to yesterday, and it was a draw. And then I think probably we played one more game. After that, it was a draw again. And then, well, we had to play because it's the U.S. Championship. So we finished the last, like, our game was the last one. Again, draw.
Hard to play against your friends. I know what that feels like.
And then we're talking to each other and telling, well, maybe next time we don't even need to talk, to play because it's draw anyway. So just maybe they'll allow us to agree for a draw.
I used to do that against my good friend Josh Wadeskin, and we used to hate to play against each other, and then we just kept drawing every game, no matter even when we fought. There were a couple of victories in there. But so today was another draw for you against Pakidze. How was that game today?
Well, it was a very calm game in comparison to all my previous games. I mean, you know, be careful what you wish, because before the tournament, I thought, well, I hope it will be lots of fun, and just, you know, I got fun in the first 4 games. That was lots of fun. So, I mean, this game was really calm, and I hope, like, the next games I will be able to play how I can play chess. Like, I'll try my best.
Well, you get a day off, so that should help. Tell us a little bit about your challengers or your competitors in the tournament. For example, Irina Krush, everybody thought, including myself, that she'd be the dominant player in this event, but we're seeing the other ladies really take it to her. Why do you think that is for this championship?
Well, you know, I can tell you from my experience when I played in Belarusian championships, it was when you have the highest rating. It's really, people expect a lot from you, like beating everybody and just score 11 out of 11. But it's not that easy, and it's a very specific tournament. Everybody is fighting, and, you know, at some point, like against Irina, for almost everybody, it's easier to play psychologically because she's higher rated and nobody's afraid of anything. If they lose, it's just, okay, she's stronger. But if they win, great victory for a person playing against Irina. So I think it's like psychologically, it's really hard, and I understand like where she is because I've been there in the Belarusian championships.
Good point. The pressure's on her. What about Katerina Nemtsova? I mean, she's just playing amazing chess. First round, even, she should have won that game. She managed only to draw. But since then, she's just been running like a gazelle all over her opponents 3 games in a row. What do you think about her playing the tournament?
Well, you know that we're teammates in Webster. And I'm really supportive of her, and she's very supportive of me. So, you know, I feel that we're like sisters and just really supporting each other, like really good teammates should do. And I'm amazed. Like, it's cool that she's playing that well, and I'm really cheering for her and hoping that she'll play this, like the rest of the tournament the same well, and even better. So I really wish her like good luck. I'm hoping that she will score like many points, and just, you know.
Tell me, the Webster team just won the Pan American Championships. What's the secret sauce You guys are winning all these championships, and now they're bringing Katarina's there, you're there. What's going on at this? What's the magic at Webster University?
You know, with Susan's Angels.
Like Charlie's Angels and Susan Polgar's Angels. I
Yep.
see. Does Ray Robson count as Charlie?
You know, he's an angel too.
Well, he's doing really well in these championships also. I mean, he's been fantastic in the last year or so. Came in second in the Millionaire Chess Open, led the team to the championship. What do you see in his play that's making the difference?
Well, I mean, he's a very strong player, and he's managing his time really great. And, you know, I think that in this tournament, he has very good chances, like, to tie for the first prizes. And I mean, it's, like, he deserves that. He works really hard, and I'm very proud of Ray. So among three of us, like I'm thinking, well, I have to start playing better in this tournament because both Katarina and Ray, they are doing much better. So, like, I have to improve. And I mean, it's, you can predict what will happen.
Well, we're sure you'll do better, one day of
Thank
rest
you.
and come back. We wish you the best in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Anna Sharovich, Belarusian champion, trying to right the ship so she can become U.S. champion in her new adopted homeland. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I'm looking at Charlie, the angel, Ray Robson.
I think I like your Ray nickname a little bit better.
Exactly. Well, I was very enthusiastic and have been for quite a long time about Gada's position. Maybe I wouldn't have gone knight f3, but we're splitting hairs a bit. Queen h3, it really looked, we saw some lines, Jen, that involve sacrifices on e6 followed by knight g5 or knight g5. And Ray just said, okay, let me solidify my king side with the move rook e8 so that there's no sacrifices on e6. And any potential knight g5, beside the move h7, h6, is also the defensive move knight f8. Gada went bishop h6, and now some very nice defensive play, specifically this move queen e7. I really like this move a lot by Ray, and I'm questioning, you know...
This is a great defensive idea, yeah. So now if knight g5, you can sneak in with queen f8.
Exactly. Let me just put that move on the board for our audience. And if the queen ever lands on g7, you can just forget about any checkmating ideas over there.
Well, not only that, it's also counterattacking the pawn on e5, which is really sweet.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this whole concept of getting the queen to the defense is such an underrated one, I think, for a lot of amateur players, because we're always thinking about how to get the king into the how to get the queen into the attack. But getting it into the defense can often be just as relevant to the result of the game.
Exactly. And after Gada manages the exchange of the dark square bishops, your first thought is, great, I've taken away a key defender of the dark squares on black's king side, but also this square f4 is a monster square for black's knight, and as we go through the game... So we won't see
knight g5 now.
Right. So now white has to keep a careful eye over this move knight f4, and after the move queen g3, well, it just suddenly... there's no attack, and maybe it's Ray that's actually earned the initiative or won the advantage with this move b5, b4. I've mentioned it previously that there's a big difference when the knight has this move knight d5, b4. You suddenly, this bishop becomes open, there's a potential for a knight c2, and I've got the feeling that Ray has actually outplayed five-time U.S. champion Gada Kamsky and defending champion Gada Kamsky, and
but still
the
some
worm has
possibilities
turned.
for white. You know, white's going to try to sneak in h4 and h5 and continue those tactical possibilities. But what's going on in a game that has really blown up throughout the tournament from the very beginning, and that's our wild Grunfeld between Holt and Trum.
Wild is an understatement in this game. It is so erratic, chaotic. You cannot figure out what's happening from move to move. Even when you're studying with the engines, you can't imagine the players having to sit there and work this out. We see the two of them there, Conrad Holt and Caden Trofe, both GMs, young GMs, having to play like it. We saw this move, bishop to c7, the irresistible bishop to c7. Even though queen a3 looked like a boss move, it looked unnatural, not easy for the eyes to see. But after bishop to c7, queen e3, this great move by Caden, and bishop takes d8 down, knight to c6, and now it's black who's attacking the knight on e4 and also the bishop on the d8 square. This bishop sacrificed itself, bishop takes e7, knight takes e7, and for the moment, black is even in pieces. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, even pieces, only down a pawn, but this knight in the corner is going to have difficulty coming out. But there's very specific ways to bring this baby home, to go grab this horsey, and because the position is so strange, and because the move queen c2 is too wild, allowing rook to c8 off just right out your eyes, you see that move, you think, I'm not playing that crazy move. Conrad instead played the move bishop to e6, and the Indians immediately go quiet and say, whoa, your advantage just dropped tremendously, because black has a fantastic move now to create discoordination among the pieces. You see how this queen is guarding this knight is pinned to that bishop? Let's just discombobulate all of that with the move b5, and now the queen can't leave because this knight is indeed hanging. If you play queen b4 trying to keep it together, a5, we're chasing you off that knight. And the problem is, if you just drop back after b5 with the move queen to c2, guess who sneaks into the game because of a tactic, knight to f2, and now the knight gets back because after knight takes, oh no, your bishop shouldn't have been here in the first place. This pawn's going to drop, and black is back in business. An incredible turn of events. Caden should have been dead lost and busted, but now he is back in the game in this crazy position. All he has to find is b5, knight f2, and he's sitting pretty. Guys?
Quite a turnaround in that game. Thank you, Maurice. By the way, just wanted to mention in the game between Varuzhin Akobian and Alexander Onishuk, those two players have gotten themselves into a four-rook ending that looks very dry, very drawn. So we're not going to
all draws for Mr. Onishuk so far. Now, meanwhile, on
Wesley So's game, however, he's managed to snabble a pawn, and he's in a queen and knight versus queen and knight ending 6-5, and I think Wesley's doing very, very well here, and with good technique, he should be winning the game.
I agree. I think he's going to take this one home because not only is he up a pawn, but I also prefer his position.
Exactly.
Wesley has the better king position, and it's going to be tough for Gray to defend this one.
Exactly. A more safe position in h4, h5 is in the position as well.
And we do have that b5 move from Caden Trove.
Exactly. The young man showing that he's
incredible defensive, resourceful defensive performance by Caden. Not to mention the fact that he spent so much time in the early moves.
Oh yeah.
So he's had to come up with these only moves in like 9 minutes.
Exactly.
Wow.
And I'm sure he's recognized that he was busted. Let's just put it that way. That he realized he was busted, and that now he's given this new lease on life. He's going to be very dangerous in this position. I'm coming to the game between Gadakamsky. After this move, queen g3, I like this move by Ray, b4, b3, and I think Ray has won the initiative and stands better. h4, Gada trying his best to soften up Black's king side, but this very nice move, knight b4, with double threat, not only just knight d3, but knight c2, and by the way, this bishop on b7 is a tremendously good bishop piece now. Rook on a1 to d1 by Gada, and Ray, this would be incredible if he were to win this game, as he's tied for first going into the game and winning with black against the defending champion. Wow.
Speaking of crushing with the black pieces, Irina Krush has resorted to some desperate measures against Rusudan Golitsyan. Give us a story on that.
Well, Golitsyan has been playing like a genius so far. That win, that should say a draw that felt like a win in round 1, has really buttressed her confidence, and today she played like a woman possessed. Like, I'm coming to get you in this game, and she wants to put her mark on these championships. We saw her sacrifice on h3, queen f2, trying to get her off of her, like, get out of here, get that queen out of here. Well, Rusa said, no problem, I'm just going to back up. Don't dare touch my bishop, because I will take your bishop, and you can't touch me because oops, nice little tactic, check to the king, give me your rook. So seeing this sterling move, by the way, the number one move, according to the engines, Irina decided, okay, I'm going to sacrifice here on the e5 square. Now, I'm worried for her because she might think something good is going to happen out of this line. If she takes here and takes, it looks maybe she's got two pieces for the rook and she's doing okay. The reality is she's doing horribly after this rook goes to d8 and coming down to d2. The other rook can go to g8. The engines are saying completely busto in this line for white. So I am not sure what she plans after rook takes e5. The line the engine's giving, if you take queen to e2 as the best line, queen g7, guarding everything, up an exchange. It looks as though our defending champ is on the ropes in this game. Very good chances that she might lose indeed, especially how well her opponent is playing. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you,
This is
Maurice.
exciting, and time pressure is going to become a factor here. Irina with less than 10 minutes on her clock. But it's surprising to me that Russa's not snapping that rook on e5. I wonder what else she's thinking about here.
Well, I tell you,
Think
I
she's
think
thinking
that
about
this
rook
is a
g8?
yes, exactly.
Rook g8?
This is a reasonable moment to pause because, of course, d takes e5. We understand best move and so on, but
rook
you've
g8.
got to look. Maybe it's not just rook g8. There's also bishop g2.
Right, bishop g2 makes
Because
sense.
because this
It's
is
more
the
forcing.
easiest. This is the easiest. That's
It's
just
way
a
more
sit.
forcing after
Yeah.
bishop takes g2.
So you got to recapture with the queen, and then Ruslan might be thinking, okay, Ruslan might be thinking, great, how is she going to defend? Now I'm threatening to take the rook, and if you do something crazy like go back, I'll take your rook. If you recapture with the rook, then I've got this check. Sweet, picking up this. If you recapture with the king, well, I could go king hunting here in a moment, maybe after a preparatory move like queen h4 followed by rook g8. So this is a good time to take your...
So let's see those. So we've got three candidate moves here. So rook g8.
Or bishop
or bishop
g2,
takes
let's say, is the
bishop to g2, yeah.
most forcing.
So bishop g2 also just turns mate in one. So we don't. I mean,
There's
have
nothing
time.
to- right.
We don't have time to think about like playing a move like rook e7, for instance. We're just
Exactly.
getting checkmated.
Exactly.
Which after rook d8, we can consider a move like rook e7.
The problem in this line is that after queen takes g2, rook g8, a calm move like rook e4, and black might realize, well, gee, I've given up. Ooh, pardon me, I've still got, no, queen d2 check, I can meet with bishop e2. This is a lot of pieces for the queen.
Yeah,
Bishop,
but I wouldn't be that shocked. So what, you've got a rook and two pieces. Yeah.
Right.
So if we can't win one of them back, that's not what Russo wants to go for. But that being said, I think he will be considering all these lines because it does seem like White's kind of hanging on by a thread in a lot of these lines. Now,
Agreed.
if she does play rook to g8 first,
Right.
what extra options does that give White? Well, we could just play rook we could play rook e2, which transposes to the line that you looked at earlier, or rook e4.
which is maybe wrong. Maybe it's a rook e4 move anyway.
Transposing, yeah. Because rook e7, does that one work? Trying to just
Actually,
counterattack.
rook e7
Let's look at
might very well work. In fact, that might work very well because if rook takes h7 check, any capture down here allows me to bail out with a move like rook h7.
right, and then after queen takes h7.
But we really shouldn't be thinking about this
yeah.
because rook takes e5. That was a gorgeous knight on e5. I mean, you got to recapture that rook.
Right, but no, I mean, Russo's going to think about these moves, and will she find the most accurate continuation here? It's not that easy. Meanwhile, Maurice has some news from us on our #1 player in the tournament and #3 in the world, Hikaru Nakamura. How is he doing?
Well, Hikaru had sacrificed in exchange for some compensation. His young opponent decided, because of the building pressure, Naroditsky said, I'm going to sacrifice and exchange back. I'm not sure if he did this because he felt too much pressure. It didn't seem necessary. But in this position, with black's pieces building on the board, Naroditsky says, let's play e5. Of course, after d takes e5, he can't play bishop takes because of this nasty pinning move hitting on his rook. So he had to play rook takes. This was his plan all along. What I'm trying to understand, though, after this exchange is, why is this good for white? I mean, knight takes on c3, and black's got, let's count pawns he has, 6 pawns to 5. He's hitting an exchange. He's got a great knight. The only thing white can hope for here is bishops are opposite colors. Maybe you'll draw the game. I think this was a terrible decision, if not a blunder on the part of Naroditsky, and I think Nakamura feels it right now, and he's thinking, I'm going to win this game.
Wow, and that would put him at quite a nice score going into the rest day.
I agree with you, Maurice. I don't think this approach by Danya was the correct one, and not just knight c3. I really like throwing in this move f7, f6 as well, just pushing that bishop back to some other square. And let's just choose one for a moment. Say bishop f4. Now knight takes c3, hitting the rook, what you were saying, and maybe knight d5. Extra pawn for black, very comfortable, and Naka could be cruising very nicely here. Something has gone wrong for white. This is definitely a position in black's favor. Turning to our other co-leader, Ray. We got this position after rook ad1. I felt that Ray had actually won the initiative, and Ray played nice. Bishop takes f3, clarifying the position somewhat so that after knight takes f3, knight c5, attacking this bishop on d3, asking Gata, where does he intend to go? If the bishop sneaks its way back over here, then we've got ideas like knight c2, really messing white's pieces up. White's pieces aren't coordinating at all. And Ray is going to grab the D file, boldly pointing out the obvious that you can't play rook on E2 to D2 because of knight E4. The cavalry are jumping all over the place, and I like Ray's position. I think he has a clear advantage. Wesley is nursing his extra pawn. He has just broken with the move G3, G4, opening up both players' king. But he's improving his position. So Wesley, Hikaru, and Ray, our tournament leaders, are all pressing an advantage. And I haven't seen the game of Tatev.
Well, while you're pulling that up, I've got
sorry.
our famous Yasserisms.
Oh, no. What did I say?
Maybe you haven't said all of them yet. So
Okay.
you'll have to remember to be more like yourself.
All right.
There you are. You guys should tune in every day if you want to hear more Yasserisms. These are all from today. Wow, consider me learned. That one I know.
All from, what are they?
Happy Easter, I got a goose egg on that one. That was from one of your early,
I got a goose
early
egg.
blunders.
Oh, no. Hate that.
But you've made no blunders since then, so that means you only get one chocolate goose egg.
Oh, goody goody.
So you better give away some more pieces quick.
By the way, Rusa has played the move Bishop G2. She did not recapture the rook right away. She's sacrificed a piece with Bishop G2. So maybe Irina can fight her way out of the woods in a very difficult position. Sorry, go ahead. Tell me more Yasserisms. I'm curious.
a dirty pawn grubber.
Oh, yes. Well, that goes without saying. Tatev, our Kate, when we have left it at these parts, seeing a lot of major piece endings, by the way. Both players having weak pawns, and it looks like this game is actually cruising to a draw. This will be Tatev's first draw in the event. All of her games have been decisive.
Oh yeah, she's really good at decisive games.
That crazy game between Kate and Trove. By the way, we left it B5.
With B5, so Kaden did find this key move.
And check this out. Knight F2. Maurice had pointed out that after knight takes F2, queen takes E6, black would be doing just fine. Conrad played the move knight C5 with a very straightforward threat of mate in 1. Kaden played rook D8, hoping that his opponent would play the move knight d7, which has not yet been played because he's got a fork of his own, check, hitting this rook, and black is actually doing very well.
Yeah, well, we certainly wouldn't want to play knight d7, allowing rook takes d7.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm looking at this position. I think it's a crazy position. All results are possible, it seems like, to me. All three results are possible, I meant
And
to say.
Caden, again, with only 7 minutes left on the clock, so we're going to
That
protect
might-
the time scramble in this position. Now, has there been a decision on the Goletiani Crush game?
Okay.
I do think that it looks
Oh my
like, and look at what's
gosh.
happened. Bishop takes G2 has occurred.
And then rook H5. A lot of crazy. It's like the players don't
And
believe in
so-
recapture.
So if Bishop takes G2, so maybe this is a good one for Crush, because if Queen H5 here,
Which looks forced, by the way. I think
now Queen D4 check is the idea, and Goletiani put her king on H8 so that she could use the G file for attacking purposes. But now, how can she maintain that?
she won't. She'll have to move her king. King takes G2, and maybe do a rover in this fashion. Although this isn't as compelling for black as it was
No, not
earlier.
at all, because we have all sorts of possibilities here that we didn't have before. I mean,
including lines like knight d5, and who knows, maybe our king can
can
take
come
out.
sometimes scuttle away. Indeed.
Exactly. We can scoot our way across
So I
the
think
board.
Rushanan might have misstepped here with his bishop takes G2 move instead of just the simple recapture.
Agreed for sure. But now the question is, after this move, queen d8 check, king g8, how to assess the position? I'm thinking white's doing okay. I like the two pieces against the rook with queens on the board. Usually it comes down to whose king is worse, and I'm saying both kings are bad. But I'm thinking that, for example, in this position, after the move rook f7, maybe I can take a walk. I don't know. Maybe bishop e4 with the idea of just running and at the same time preparing my
That's
own.
right. As soon as we move our king out of the way, then rook G1 or queen. Yeah.
Well, you can force me to go for a walk. Let's put it that way. You can force me to. You've got a number of checks in the position, but at the end of the day, the question is, does my king reach safety? If it does, then that's a lonely black king. If you look at it, there's not many guards around
Well, in this
the black
particular
king.
position, bishop d5 check is a brutal threat.
Indeed.
So yeah, I think that it's possible Rushanan missed this rook h5 rejoinder, and we do have this position on the board after queen takes h5, queen d4 check.
This has occurred.
And Irina with less than 10 minutes on the clock, so she's probably extremely relieved that she got this position, but
Yeah,
at the same
what
time,
she
not
was
going to be an
facing.
easy road ahead.
No, especially, and again, Ruslan, if she had just recaptured that rook, she could have always played this move, bishop g2. That move was not running away from her, and I think she's now realized that she won't be able to use the g file in the way that she had intended, and her attack has lost a great deal of its potency.
Very nice rook h5 move by Irina Crush. Almost on the brink of defeat, and if she lost this game, the chances of her women's championship title go way down, plummet.
Absolutely.
The destiny would not even be in her own hands at that point, as we like to say.
Exactly.
So very resourceful, and meanwhile, our favorite in the championship section also seems to be improving his position as we approach a time control.
Absolutely.
Now, what's going on in the Robson Godakensky game, which is also really crucial to our standings?
Right. Pardon me. We left it at this moment after knight has just come to c5. For some reason, I'd only looked at bishop f1. I think I had a blind spot, actually. Bishop c4 was played by Gada, and for some reason, I just didn't think that or believe that was possible. Knight a4, bishop takes b3, knight takes b2, tempo against the rook. The rook went down to d6, and Ray has just played the move rook c3. Very uncompromising game going on here on this table between our co-leader, who, by the way, we've congratulated Ray. He seems to have cured himself of time trouble, or at least in this first 4 rounds, has not been experiencing time trouble. Now, as he's coming up against a big gun, Godakensky, Ray is down to 7 minutes for the next 13 moves or so. Not severe time trouble at all by his standards, but nonetheless, he has been using more time. And the move rook c3, by the way, asks a very crucial question to white. What are you going to do with your bishop?
That's right.
Not
So
an
Ray
easy-
Robson against the defending champion. His old friend Time Pressure has creeped back in. So we're getting some tweets at our hashtag US Chess Championships, including one from Brent Payton, who says that he would listen to you read the U.S. tax code word for word because your voice is so soothing. Well,
you haven't read the federal tax code. No, that would basically be for all of you who suffer from insomnia. You will go to sleep for sure if I had to read the 70,000-page U.S. federal tax code. My
guys,
God, what a disaster!
Thank you, Brent, for reminding us about taxes. But don't worry, guys. You can get to it when the championship is over. The championship ends on April 14th.
Exactly.
So
You'll have a whole day to
plenty of
prepare your returns.
time.
Oh, dear.
And we've also got Travis Miller, who wants us to keep an eye on Naroditsky versus Nakamura.
Oh, of course. That's been a vital game for the championships.
Oh, and Thomas Satva asks if Tatev's purple hairdo qualifies as a messy blue fashion statement that's sweeping the world. I love the purple hair personally.
Yeah, I think it's quite attractive, especially with against the raven black hair contrast. It looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good on her.
It does.
I'm
not 100% sure
not that
about.
I have an affinity for purple, nor do you.
No.
You got a purple lights. You're purple backlit.
I like it. Timor's blonde blaze. I'm not exactly sure that surfer look. You think it suits Timor Guria?
Timor, yeah, I think it does because it gives you a little bit of insight into what his personality might be like before you start talking to him.
There you go. All right. So, by the way, I thought we had left this game of Danya's just at this point. I thought that it would have been wise for Hikaru to throw in this move f6 before capturing the. Didn't seem to me like this pawn on c3 was going anywhere. That was not Hikaru's choice. He just went for the very direct stuff with takes, and I'm guessing that knight takes f5, setting up for knight e7, bishop c3. Is there some way that look at this as a cheapo. Knight e2 check. If you play king d2, there might be an accident waiting along the fifth rank after rook c5.
Pretty tricky.
Tricky stuff.
Whoa. Looking for some kind of in-between moves here. Now, a lot of you have been asking about the new studio. We gave you a little tour with Teryn earlier. It's a great article in St. Louis Post-Dispatch about how it came to be with Spectrum Studios and Fat Jim putting in a lot of extra hours to make this all possible.
Right.
And we also want to give you a little tour of the van where it also all happens. Teryn's out there.
Thanks, Jen. Yes, we are in the back of the St. Louis Chess Club where the broadcast truck is set up. They have repurposed and turned an RV into a little production studio, and we're going to take you inside. All right, so as you guys can see, we have our graphics and our analysts here along with our video board operator and our director and producer. There's over 20 different cameras set up, and as you can see, that's quite a production here with all of the different players we have set up. And if we go into the back of the RV back here, we have Brian on the audio board. So this is how it all goes down. This is how everything goes live at uschesschamps.com.
That's really cool. It's good to see all the work that goes into it because it's not just us. There's a whole crew of awesome people that try to make us look and sound good.
There's a big production team behind ourselves that make it all possible. That's an amazing RV, by the way. The Chess Club has a chess van. It's a cool Mercedes van, comfortably seats 15 people. If we're doing a simul or something, we take all kinds of chess sets and we go to an event like, for example, the Girl Scouts, where we did a simul out at the stadium. And that's a big van. And then next to this RV, it looks like a small van. This is a huge van with all of those electronics. What a way to tour the country. Beautiful. Anyway, Maurice, you had some thoughts that you'd like to share.
A gigantic development in the game with Naroditsky and our number one player in the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura. I think we're about to see a huge blunder happen on the board unless Naroditsky can prevent himself from going down this line. He's played a move that looks forceful. After G takes on F5 here, he played the move Bishop F6 instead of just taking back on the F5 square. And now there is a super strong move, Knight to E4. That blocks the file. Now, no attacks make sense along this line. But here's the big deal here. He might have thought that he could just take on F5 because he's got some pressure somewhere, some tactic. If the knight takes back, then knight to D6 check is playable. Maybe he's thinking some line like this. Unfortunately for him, after knight takes F5, by the way, he's attacking this knight on E4. That's the point of it. This move shows up out of nowhere. Bishop to D3, attacking the c-pawn and defending the knight on E4. And suddenly this bishop is going to be straight history. The threat on C2 is just monstrous. And by the way, after C3, White would be hopeful that something happens with a capture here with some kind of pinning attack. He has knight D6 check still, for example. After pawn takes, he still might be able to throw this move in. No. All Black has to do here is make one more disrupting move. Rook to C5, chasing the knight away, and this is going to cost him a full piece. It might be the line he calculated. Hikaru now staring at the board, checking this line out, and if he finds this sequence with knight E4, and he has in fact found the move, knight E4 is on the board, it looks as though young Naroditsky will be down 2 pawns to the good because he has to move that bishop. He dare not continue along that line, and this game will simply be busted against a guy of Hikaru Nakamura's level. And he has taken on F5. A horrible blunder. Now we're waiting to see if Hikaru finds Bishop D3. And why do we doubt this guy at all? It has happened. Naroditsky is going to go down.
Wow. Nice performance by Hikaru. Hey, maybe you should play the dragon more often. We like it. A big development also in Gata Kensky's game versus Robson, where Gata's as you were pointing out, it seems like Gata needs to attack here, and he is rolling with it. He has played this move H5. So go back a couple of moves and see how this all developed.
When we left it, we saw the move Rook C3 with this very annoying question of where are you going to move your bishop. Gata
so the rook on C3 is more powerful than the rook on E1. So this move Rook E3 is anti-positional, but very logical from a tactical point of view.
And again, this bishop on B3 needed protection, so Rook E3 was probably simply forced. Trades and Rook C8.
And now this gives Gata time to squeeze in this this little H5 move, which he's been wanting to play, creating some threats. Now, if we can get, for instance, a knight to D4 or G5, we're going to be threatening to start capturing things on E6. So that's the idea, to start going for broke here. With the white pieces.
Exactly. So knight D4, pardon me, H5
by the way,
was met by...
A big game in our women's championship, breaking news, Katerina Nemtsova versus Tatev Abrahamian did end in a draw. We were expecting that.
So Tatev's first draw in the event. So knight B2, which frankly isn't doing too much on B2. Ray brought this knight back into play. Maybe he's thinking, and he's got his own ideas of harassing White's king, by the way, as well as maybe even playing for a move like knight C5 after rook C1. So you had been mentioning knight D4, Jen, and I think that makes a lot of sense to set up for sacrifices on E6.
My philosophy is you're going to break through in the queen side if I don't make something happen.
Good philosophy. Okay, so I'm sitting there saying, okay, let's throw in a check and let's throw in knight back to C5, which does double duty. First of all, it does defend the E6 pawn. Secondly, it hits the bishop on B3. And this is a very crazy position, hard to judge. Both sides have a lot of trumps in the position. It's just who can make them work best. Maurice.
While you guys were looking at that game, there was a big development in the Nakamura game. He did play this move, rook to C5, and I'm sure Daniel is ready to resign. He calculated this line, and he has no moves to even bother to look at. His position is just falling apart at the seams. But another position for one of our big leaders, or at least one of the big-time players in the competition, Wesley So, up a pawn here, and he played a nice maneuver, guys. He played G4, trying to crack into black structure. Knight to E7, he played queen to E2, pinning that knight, highlighting the deficiencies of that last move. And now capturing the pawn is Gareev, and it looks as though he could just take the pawn back, but he has another maneuver that's a lot more interesting. He could bring his queen up into the game, start to harass this king, get a great position up against this king, and then place his queen somewhere in the position. Queen f6 is an idea. Also, like I said, just going after this pawn is possible. He's definitely strong in this game. He's looking to win that position. Another game I wanted to really look at, though, was this one. This one's crazy between Holt and Trofe. We've seen that already. The game proceeded like this. After queen to b3, remember we saw that rook d8 move. Queen b3, knight d3 check takes. He was supposed to take back with the queen, apparently. He played rook takes on d3. Queen takes b5. And again, you end up going, what's the body count? Well, white is now currently up 2 pawns. Caden did not play this accurately, and after queen d2 check, king f1, he had to drop his rook back to d8. His initiative has dried up, and white is up 2 pawns and has found the most consolidating move. Bishop back to b3, controlling everything in his position. It looks as though Holt has taken over the game completely here, with no chances in the position for Trofe anymore. And we see there on the screen that Nakamura has won his game to really take a good lead, clear lead in the tournament so far.
That's right. Unless Robson wins his game, and that game looks like it could go either way. Both players attacking each other on their respective parts of the board. In fact, Godikensky did just make an aggressive move. So instead of knight to d4, which was a little bit more balanced, I was trying to defend on d3 while I attacked d6.
Right.
Gada went for the even more aggressive knight g5, which hits on even more squares.
And it has the benefit
Of
that
H6,
H5,
right.
H6, black will be compelled to actually retreat with his king. He won't even have the option of playing king takes H6. But, okay, let's just try to take a deep breath here, and we understand that there's sacrifices galore on E6, but how exactly does Gada continue his attack after a check and knight C5? Again, this important defensive move, defending E6. There is...
So if I try H6 check, which is...
I have to go back, and there is a possibility of rook B6. Just a second. Maybe I've weakened my back rank too much with this move.
We can also try swinging our queen over with a move like queen to F3, and then after H6, king G8. If we play queen F3 in this position, we're actually threatening rook D8. And your queen is just a little bit overworked. Yeah.
I'm afraid
no time to play queen takes G5 because we have, my whole idea is to play queen A8 check, and your back rank is woefully undefended.
I have no time to activate my rook. I've got to keep my rook defending the 8th rank. So let me just, instead of after the move knight G5, let me toss out knight C5, attacking the bishop.
And do we have a move? We have a move in this game, so something...
King H6, Ray. Oh my gosh, has he stepped out of the frying
Well, he was
pan
probably clearly he was
into the fire.
He was clearly worried about the move H6 check, so he just decided to put his king there, but that is unusual. And is it going to work?
Unusual. That's crazy. What is King H6? That's a terrible move. What is that?
That
Knight E4? Oh my gosh, King H6.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, that is really... Oh,
if he has to play King H6, it means the position can't be good.
It can't be good. That looks really like, okay, I understand bold moves, but this looks blunderful.
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, King
So
H6, a move I never considered. King H6.
How do you not consider King H6 out there? What's wrong with you? Be a little bit more creative.
Yeah, okay,
please.
okay, yeah.
Speaking of creative, we have the leader of the tournament, and it looks like he's going to actually extend his lead.
If Ray, goes
and we're gonna get to him in just a minute, but just to recap, Hikaru won his game today playing black, playing the Dragon Sicilian, one of the most exciting and combative openings in chess.
Yes, he did.
And meanwhile, his rival's struggling with his king on h6. And sure, after knight e4, we still can't play queen g5 or queen f4, but it looks like even moves like rook d7 are in the air in some of these positions, and I don't see you defending your dark squares.
True that. I mean, but just wow.
Of many, I'm sure there's other
Right.
ways and more easier ways, but this just looks.
King h6 is.
This looks kaput.
Yeah, threw me backwards, I must say.
All right, and they are ready. We've got Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, which I'm guessing with this win, #2 in the world. He's with Maurice Ashley to talk about the Sicilian Dragon. It's the best.
Indeed, guys, it's not every day you see a Sicilian Dragon at the highest level, and we are here with Grandmaster Nakamura, who won his game. Congratulations, first of all.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if I deserve to be congratulated. I think I was pretty much lost after like 13 moves, but
So
otherwise it's all good.
Otherwise, well, inform us, please. Why did you think you were busted in this opening?
Well, I think basically, well, I wasn't expecting this h4 order, and I couldn't really decide what to do, so I tried to transpose into a line that I haven't looked at in quite a few years, and I'm pretty sure I put the wrong rook on c8 for starters, and it was just, I think, a bad position, so I kind of decided to just be practical and sack an exchange, and you know, I think objectively it's probably losing, but I think over the board it's quite difficult to find the right plans, and so I kind of just did that and was just I mean, trying to defend essentially. But you know, after Daniel kind of lost the thread with this knight e2, knight d4 back, once I'm able to get bishop a6 and the knights around, I think it's close to equal probably. I don't think white should ever be worse, but I don't think white really has much of an advantage after that. And then, I mean, once he went f5, I mean, all hell kind of breaks loose, and I think the complications for the most part favor me.
And in the end, you ended up creating this move, rook to b5, is a nice maneuver on the third rank. Now you're the clear leader from the rest of your rivals, at least for the moment. Going into the rest day, what are your thoughts going in?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know where I should really be in this tournament. I think, you know, the first round game I got fairly lucky from a substantially worse position. I think today was the same thing. And then, you know, I had two great opportunities. My game against Gata, where I played almost perfectly, I think, from start until like move 50, whatever like the last move before the end was. And then against Wesley, I also, you know, if I went queen takes f4 and queen g7, queen g3, I mean, I think I would have won probably. I mean, Wesley's a great defender, of course, but I would have had very good chance in those games. So I didn't win those games, and I won two games that I never had any business winning. So I think all in all, it's pretty good. Okay, I mean, I think obviously I'm the favorite at this point, certainly, but I think you guys are, I mean, maybe talking a bit too much about Ray, because I still would say that I think Wesley is going to be the main contender down the stretch.
Well, he is tied for first, or was tied for first, so we had to talk about Ray at least a little bit.
Give
him some
of course.
shine.
I still think, you know, even if Ray has more points, Wesley's going to catch up.
Well, it looks like he's winning his game now. You mentioned you feel you're not sure where you're supposed to be, and in some ways, you're almost right where you're supposed to be, even if your play hasn't been direct getting to this score. I mean, you haven't, you know, gained rating points. You might be #2 in the world again. I'm not sure. Not that this matters, but you are playing consistent with your rating. How do you feel about yourself now going into the rest day? Do you feel like, okay, these 5 games are gone, it's just time to move ahead and that's it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just focusing on the next game, basically. Just keep taking it day by day, game by game, and see what happens. You know, I think it's a little bit crazy to worry about rating or to think about the future, so I'm just going to focus on my next opponent. I think it's Timur, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but at any rate, it's just a matter of looking ahead, looking forward to the next game, and see what happens early.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck with the off day and in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Our #1 player and the leader, Hikaru Nakamura, showing why he is the #1 player in this tournament. Guys?
And he is wrong. Hikaru was wrong about something.
What?
I'm getting him playing against. He's playing against Shanklin in round 6, actually.
Sam Shanklin, and we haven't seen Sam's Shanklin's game. He was playing. Well, first of all, let's go to Kate.
That's not till Tuesday. Don't forget. So tomorrow is the day off.
Right, tomorrow's our day off.
So you can do your taxes tomorrow.
It's been a kind of a crazy topsy-turvy game that's been going on between Conrad and Caden. Well, the position's chaotic, queen d2. Caden had to drop back with his rook to defend the threat of checkmate in 1, of course. Bishop b3, queen takes b2, queen a5, check to the king. King went to e1. I suppose that white didn't want to see king g1, queen b6 check, so king e1, Caden down to just his increments, 13 minutes for Conrad Holt. Rook b8 was played.
And we have a big news on Rusadon Goletiani's game as well. So take us through this first.
It looks like Conrad has 2 pawns to the good. He's doing very, very well. Caden Trough in big trouble, moving to the Irina Crush game.
Well,
because
Irina's
that was
got just a little over a minute in her game.
Oh my goodness. Well, okay, move 32, the increments, 3 versus 5. 2 pieces against a rook and 2 pawns. The king position.
But White's pieces haven't really gained in much harmony. Like I think White's position has actually decreased in strength from the initial position that we looked at.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure myself. A2, A4 has been played. I mean, I suppose if she had wanted, couldn't Irina have bailed out with a move like queen, threatening, some kinds of perpetuals in the position? She's played a4. I think that's
she's
a kind of cagey
going for a win.
move.
That's an indication that she still loves it.
Yeah. She doesn't feel any reason to pull the cord at the moment. So while that's going on, we do have our tournament leader.
Yeah, we have actually
in studio.
Yes, we do, and we're going to get to her in a minute. But in this situation, also note that Irina, in her game against Apurva Verkut, said that getting into time pressure was part of her plan.
Or taking advantage of the time trial as part of the plan.
But in that game, they were both kind of in time pressure. And here, Rusadon does have a comfortable 12 minutes to Irina's 1 minute. And I think they are ready now. So we've got Katerina Nemtsova still leading the Women's Chess Championship, going into the rest day, and she's with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, our leader playing the best chess maybe of either championships. Katerina Nemtsova, thanks for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
So today you had a fairly uneventful game. It seemed like it wasn't the big fireworks from before. What were your thoughts about the game?
Well, I think I didn't play very accurately the opening, so I was a little bit in pressure there. But after the opening, I was just fine. And I thought I'm better, but probably nothing, just draw.
Are you content with a draw? You had been steamrolling the tournament so far, just winning in almost all your games. What is your feeling just getting a draw today, especially with the white pieces?
Yeah, I mean, I try to play for a win, but I don't want to risk anything. So if it's just draw and, we play both well, then it's draw. It's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
You got 6 long rounds to go. What's your attitude the rest of the day and playing the rest of your games?
Well, I want to continue playing as well as I do until now, and yeah, it's pretty much just continue to play. Enjoy the game and play hard. Like do all I can.
Do you start thinking about the fact that you're leading the U.S. Women's Championship, that you're playing so well? Does that start to play on your mind in any way?
Not so much, because I know that I still have Nazi Paikidze or Irina ahead of me, so it's still many important games.
You also have young Jennifer Yu to play against. What are your thoughts about playing her?
Well, I know she's young. She's good for her age. She's playing quite well here. Otherwise, I don't know her much. I've never played her before.
We had your Webster teammate on, Anna Sharovich, and she said she was rooting for you and rooting for Ray. How do you guys handle being teammates at a tournament like this when you're in the same room together?
Well, we just play one round, so that's kind of tough because we are friends. But other than that, it's amazing. I mean, we are here from the SPICE team from Webster University, and we just, as you said, we are rooting for each other. We are supporting each other. Today we had even our friends from university coming here over and cheering for us. So it's amazing. It gives us like good attitude to continue with a good play.
Are they following the news at Webster? Are they posting anything up on the poster boards in the dorms or anything?
I think they're probably analyzing it in the office, yes.
Is it now infectious at Webster? I mean, are more people playing chess because of the team?
I think so, because we have also Webster Chess Club, and we meet every Friday, and new people are coming, and they are, learning chess, learning about the game. So I think it's growing, yes. Especially when we won for the third time the Final Four now.
Absolutely, a tremendous accomplishment. You have a great coach over there, Susan Polgar. Last question: what would it mean to you to win this title?
I mean, it would be amazing, but I don't know. I don't think about it. So for now, I just try to play.
Not even a little bit in your head. You don't think?
No, I mean it's really risky, Then you lose twice, and you're like in the middle of the tournament. So.
And then I'm asking you, what does it feel like to lose
yeah,
the title?
exactly.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the day, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Katerina Nemcova leading the tournament. She's the woman to chase, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yes.
And big developments in Ray Robson,
Yeah.
Gadakamsky. Ray has basically blown the game. No other way of putting it. After
You
this
could be
move, King
nicer.
after the move, King H6.
You're no longer the nicest man in the world, according to our Twitter.
No. After King H6 and Knight D5, the combination of these two moves saw Black losing a pawn. We have this position after Rook D8, White to play. White's got all kinds of moves here, and I'm sure the engines would show you that Rook D4 is a very nice, simple one. For example, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I'm asking you what your intentions are as Black here.
But maybe we can even mate in some kind of spectacular way, like just start with.
Yeah, if you do this, I'm just taking a piece. Okay, so the e-pawn is uncapturable. You don't want to capture my rook because that just straightens out my pawns and leaves your knight hanging. So rook d4 is a nice consolidating move with ideas like knight f6. And again,
And
this
instead,
king is offside.
Gada just played knight f6 immediately.
And then the other one I wanted to say, yes, was that knight d6 right away. You've got a problem. Knight f6, pardon me, right away, because you can't trade rooks, and not because of this one, but oops, in the immortal words of Larry Christensen, I get you from behind.
Right, that queen is a goner.
Is a goner. Okay.
And if instead, well, you can see h takes g6 and queen to h4 is going to be the end of the story there.
Right, so knight f6 and Black's pieces are basically frozen at the moment. I also don't think you can play knight takes e5 for a very simple reason.
Just you were thinking
Is it
just queen
check?
f4 and h6.
Well, queen f4, that wins too simply. I got to queen f4.
And then I could play queen takes c5, which is kind of,
okay,
this
G5.
one.
But then rook takes, and that's simple. I beg your pardon. That's very
And
simple.
so Gadakamsky on top, and then meanwhile, what's going on in Rusadon Goltiani's game against Irina Krush, where Irina is playing almost in the increment the last time I checked.
And I just want to say that Ray, in fact, is playing on the increment. And what do we have? Queen to after a4, Rusa played h5. Okay, I didn't expect that one. Kind of like that pawn on h7 actually, but h5 was her choice. And suddenly c5. My goodness, I'm not a big fan of this move. And by the way, Maurice is pointing out that Gadakamsky looks to be in cruise mode now.
That's right. So after knight to f6, king g7, we got to capture twice on g6. And now if we find the position on the board that we have now, White's threatening all sorts of nasty stuff. Just queen h7 and queen h8 mating. And we also have ideas of knight to h5 with the x-ray on the rook on d8.
Exactly. Terrible.
And knight takes c5 was played.
Oh my goodness. So
So now we
simple,
expect just knight h5.
and
Knight h5, and the game is over.
And Ray
Defending
has lost.
champion Gadakamsky with a nice victory.
Pulling himself back into the event. And again, the 4 draws that Gada has had in the event have been awkward for him. He's super, super happy that he was at a 50% score. He managed to tag one of the leaders today, Ray, with, I'm not going to say a fine victory, but certainly an important victory that gives him +1. And he is chasing Hikaru Nakamura, who is at +3. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 out of 5 for Hikaru.
Very nice performance so far by Hikaru Nakamura, who actually is gaining rating points in this tournament. You know, sometimes people say that it's risky for somebody like Nakamura to play in the U.S. Chess Championship because it's too likely that he'll lose rating points. Well, so far, he's winning.
Rating points. And I hate this rate. I really do think that this can be the scourge of chess in the sense that Bobby Fischer played in U.S. championships and he had no fears about rating and things like that. He was trying to win the title. And I think that that's, you shouldn't base your decision on whether or not to play in an event of the caliber of the national championship over a fear of losing rating. Rather, your approach should be, I want to win the title.
But sometimes that's not an easy thing to do, especially when your ratings are determined by those. I mean, invitations are determined by those ratings.
And again, it's the tyranny of rating. I hate it. I really
do too. I agree with you. And I know my brother, who's an entrepreneur in the chess world, agrees with you. And that's one of the reasons the U.S. Chess League's not rated.
Yeah.
Because he
then
wants to
everybody
make sure.
Can play.
And what he gets is a lot of players who haven't played in a while, dipping their feet back in.
Rusty.
And also some superstars. Like
Right.
Nakamura's played in previous seasons of the league.
Absolutely.
People who would,
Wesley So.
Wesley, right?
He led the St. Louis Archbishops to victory here in St. Louis.
And I think it's particularly fitting in a team competition for it not to be rated because sometimes there are strategic decisions based on the team play.
Exactly.
So, and we do have the man of the hour, Gada Kansky, our reigning champion, showing his skills today and defeating a frontrunner, Ray Robson.
We are with a five-time champion, Gada Kansky, the reigning champion in this event. First of all, welcome to the show. Gada, this game didn't seem clear at first. It didn't look like you were better. In fact, maybe Black had a chance. What happened here?
Well, you know, I keep playing my favorite opening line, and then Hikaru deviated with e6 instead of g6, and Ray also plays Grunfelds, and I was expecting g6 again, and then he surprised me with d5. So I was thinking about like what to do, and I'm sure he didn't know Slav like so well, so he played c6, and then somehow we went into the Queen's Gambit accepted, which was crazy. So in the opening, I thought I was slightly better. I get the space advantage, and I get some nice pieces, you know, attack. And then I misplaced somewhere, because after he played b3, I lost the thread of the game, and I thought Black completely equalized. He gave up his bad bishop on b7. He had very active knights. But I was lucky because he was always thinking too much, you know, getting into the time trouble.
This has always been a problem of Ray's. He avoided the first 4 rounds, but you could feel it at the board that he was thinking too long.
Yeah, I mean, I do it myself, so, you know, and I know it's not a very pleasant feeling when you have unclear position and you have threats and tactics and you're running short on time, and that the combination of factors usually lead to making a mistake, which happened in this case. And I guess I was like, you know, because otherwise the game was nothing special, really.
Well, they say luck goes to the better player most of the time. Tell me, the first 4 rounds didn't seem that special for you. In fact, a couple of games you might even really could have called yourself lucky because you might have been in trouble. How are you feeling right now, having righted the ship and won a good game?
Well, I don't know. Feeling lucky is a good feeling, you know. I like that. So, but okay. It's half the tournament is almost over, and I see some exciting things in the event. And I see Graves still playing some crazy chess, and and all the young players today, like Caden's game, like that was absolutely crazy. I was just looking at it. I said, like myself, I'm too old for this, you know. It's like, I don't want this. Yeah. So I went back to my game, just play positional chess.
There you go. It's been going well for you. I think you haven't lost a game in the championships, the last 2 championships, and now not this one. How are you rating your chances in this competition, especially now since you can't play Nakamura anymore, who's leading you at this point?
Well, I'm not like fighting for the first place here. I'm just, you know, trying to not to do bad and, you know, save my face, you know, play the best of my chess.
You won 5 championships. Well, why would you say you're not fighting for first?
Yeah, but, you know, I keep getting older, and, you know, that's not a good factor if you want to win the championship. I mean, I wish I was getting younger, then I could really compete, sure. But no. And right now I'm just looking, you know, to play solid chess, you know, to qualify for the World Cup, because it's, after all, a qualifying event for the World Championship cycle. And that's the #1 priority for me.
How do you feel about Wesley So's play so far in the competition? He seems like he's not quite all the way there.
I think it's a little bit early because I haven't played him yet. and traditionally he was very uncomfortable opponent for me. So that will be one game that I'll be like, I don't know, very cautious about it. But I get lucky with the pairings, and I don't know who got the pairing numbers, but I played both white against Hikaru and I played white against So that was nice feeling, definitely.
Maybe champions privileges. They sneak the number in there for you. We had the anti-cheating commissioner here earlier, or counselor here earlier, so we worry about things like that, but we know nothing like that goes on here. Let me ask you one final question. You have the rest day off. What does a champion do with the rest day? How do you get strong for the rest of the tournament?
I don't know.
We need some secrets.
I just played a game, and I like the weather. I like the city. And I feel like we have some events coming up, I think, today or tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. Like to mingle with the people, not just play them over the board. And I think that's nice, actually, because we get together and we feel like a big, happy chess family. Not the Brady Bunch, but okay. It's like...
It is kind of like the Brady Bunch here. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Grandmaster Gadakomsky. Hard to beat this guy, and don't make a mistake because he will play positional chess on you. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and thanks to defending champion Gadakomsky.
Yes.
Now, as we approach time control, we've got 2 games still underway with players playing virtually on the increment. We've got Caden Trofe, and we've also got the Irina Crush game, so you want to do the Irina game first.
I do.
It looks like she's invaded with her knight, finally creating some harmony. I was worried that she wasn't really getting those pieces together, but somehow something happened and she was able to hop in with her knight to f4. And like you said, you didn't really love that move, h5.
No, I like the pawn on h7. And first of all, it's covering the g6 square. It's offering a potential shelter for black's king. And the game is actually turned into a little bit of time trouble factor going on here in this game. h5, maybe not such a very good move. c5, definitely that sharpens things up considerably, as Irina's got evil intentions of bringing her bishop to c4 and trying to go after black's king if she can push away the rook on f7. So c5 was her move, and then came this tricky little move, knight f5. We just saw this move, pardon me, queen a3 by Ruslan. Her idea, obviously, is to either capture on c5 or recapture with the queen on d6. That way, the knight on e2 would be neutralized, but I'll pop knight f4. Don't touch that c5 pawn. Knight e6 check would win the game for white. Check by Rusa. King h3 and queen f6, setting up a battery down, and Rusa is basically thinking at this point, okay, if I can trade queens, I'm in great shape, obviously. And knight g6 check was played, and I do believe we have some moves. King g7.
Yeah, well, these guys have 1 minute left each on the clock.
h4.
So knight h4, keeping the pressure on with just 3 moves left to go.
I'm not 100% sure I understand why Irina is not resolving this tension between these 2 pawns. The big question, can I just take this pawn? Perhaps not. Perhaps this bishop c4,
I think is her idea.
And again, this knight f5. But bishop c4, let's say I go crazy and I just want to trade off queens with a move like queen f4. I'll tell you what I have in mind, Jen.
No, we don't have to trade queens, right? We could have played queen g6. Right?
Of course.
Yeah.
If I could get an ending like
but
this,
you're
I'd
saying
be very
in theory
happy,
that
right?
if you could get an ending like this, well,
all Rusa is looking for is an opportunity to trade queens, I'm saying.
Well, the time pressure is heating up. Maybe we can get some thoughts on how all that is going with Sam Shanklin, who is here in the studio with us, and he's with Maurice Ashley. What's it like to be in all this time pressure in the most important tournament of the year? These players are playing on increment.
We are with Sam Shanklin, one of the top 100 players in the world.
Not
Sam,
anymore.
I'm looking at your face, and you look despondent. What's going on?
I mean, every year I come to the U.S. Championship with very high ambitions, and for the most part, they haven't really come true ever. And so this tournament's been no exception. But tomorrow's the rest day, and there's absolutely no reason I can't play like it's a new event after that. And while I've been dismayed at how things have gone so far, I'm going to fight as hard as I can in the rest still.
I mean, it's been a very tough tournament for you. What about today's game against Sam Sevian? How'd that go?
I mean, I was out prepared in the opening, and I was actually worried about being immediately lost or in serious trouble. He gave a pawn or was offering it in a very sharp position. If I don't start doing stuff concretely, I'm probably just going to be worse. But I found a couple interesting ideas, I think. And at some point, I thought I was outplaying him, but probably not, actually. I mean, I thought I was getting somewhere, but he found a couple precise rook c8, then rook a8, after which I don't have anything. So, you know, I thought I would have liked to have made more out of a white game, but it just didn't happen.
The U.S. Championship, I know as a player, a former player, that it's rough in there.
Yeah.
What makes it so hard, though? You know, you're rising. It's clear that you're a young, talented player. What do you need to do to break through so that you can start cracking these guys and crack the top?
No, I don't even think I play that much worse here. I think other people just play better. I think I bring a pretty consistent level of chess to most of my tournaments, but somehow people just play better here. I don't know, maybe the pressure is helping them focus more intensely, but I don't know. Frankly, it's hard to say anything other than I just need to play better chess. I mean, good moves win games, and I just haven't been making enough of them.
Jennifer asked the question, when you're in time pressure, how do you handle it? What happens when the pressure is ticking and the clock is going down?
I think one of my biggest strengths as a player is actually manage my time extremely well. So I'm not in major time pressure that often. When I am, how I handle it is usually I just start making bad moves. I mean, I try to keep my head on straight, but I mean, you can look no further than my game with Wesley to see how it can go down.
Final question for you, how does the rest day normally affect you? Usually, is it normally good for you and pick up, or?
It depends. I think a lot of people will need some real time to rest. I'm extremely physically fit, which is one of my big attributes as a player. I don't really need that much rest, but time to clear my head, especially when things are not going well, is always nice. And I'm gonna get out a little bit of it. I'm going into some inner city school to give some talk or something, and so I'll be able to hopefully clear my head a bit.
Inspire those kids for us, and you got to perk up the attitude.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Grandmaster Sam Shanklin having a tough tournament so far. We're sure he'll come back. Guys?
And now let's take a look as we've reached time control in the Irina Krush-Rusidan Goletiani game, and it looks like Irina has landed on top, and look at her nodding her head as she's snatched victory.
Yes, is absolutely winning. I am in time trouble. Rusa unfortunately faded. She played a really great game, a great attacking game.
Rusa did.
Yeah.
But then her technique suffered, unfortunately, for her.
And really in a very ironic way, it happened when her opponent, Irina, was in time trouble. Then Rusa seemed to get nervous, and Irina played well, and Rusa did not. Let's go back a couple of moves. I actually underestimated Irina's position very much here. At this point, I thought, okay, Black's doing okay, should draw the game. But this was a very fine maneuver by Irina, and there's a nice hidden idea in the position. Let's say you could do something like this for argument's sake, right? You have to be careful that, oops, I'm trying to get a check.
My king with your king?
Yeah, exactly, something like that. Irina has an idea of flushing Black's king out and winning an exchange in the following manner, as I'm showing right now. So she did have severe threats. Rusa, in this position, played king back, hoping for repetition, and this is where Irina unleashed some very nice moves. Bishop c4. That was the whole point of her c4, c5, by the way, was to activate a bishop, and followed up with queen takes b7. Suddenly, Black's king is in a world of hurt. Check, check, and at this point, I think Black has already lost. Queen e7, knight f5 was the icing on the cake. And I don't know what queen d8 was Rusa's move. White to play. It's not a puzzle, but White is certainly winning at this moment.
And Maurice is still cruising to victory against Graev.
Totally. This position is busted, but it's weird the way he handled himself here. Queen F6, it's some kind of time pressure, and he just took on B3. Now it's going to be queen takes G6 with check. King moves to F8. And now he just took back on B3. And if you take the knight, he picks off your knight. He's going to be up two pawns to the good. And it looks like the higher rated players now are showing their weight before the rest day going in. It seemed like there may have been some chaos, but it looks as though order will be restored as not only Nakamura and Kamsky, but now it looks like Wesley So will be the leaders in our event. Guys?
Reestablishing the order of things, the natural order of things, as our top players, our pre-tournament favorites, are showing why they're pre-tournament favorites.
And now, meanwhile, also on Halt, and the Halt game also has reached a time control. So that game was a back and forth flurry as well.
That was a lovely chaotic struggle that was going on between these two young players. Again, Caden came into the game with a 4-0 record, having won all 4 of their games. But, whoops, I've got the wrong position. I'm finding it now.
You gotta know.
But Conrad Holt, we think, has been winning the game for quite some time.
And as the dust settles, it does look like the complications have been reduced, and white stands very, very well.
Right. This was a sharp position, but it looks like Conrad just cemented his 2-pawn advantage. He's looking to trade off some pieces. Knight F4, very nice. Right now, the king looks very, shall we say, naked at the moment, but if we can tuck it away to some safe area of the board, the king will be happy. Well, that's a step in the right direction, and there's about to be a further step in the right direction as Conrad looks to just tuck his king away and claim victory with a 2-pawn advantage.
And we have a special guest, Grandmaster Ray Robson, starting this tournament with a scorching performance, and his first setback of the tournament so far today. He's with Maurice.
Playing very well was Grandmaster Ray Robson, but Ray, today was a difficult day. You've been able to stay out of time pressure, it seems, mostly, but this old problem of yours seems to have reared its head. What happened in the game?
Yeah, it was a really complicated game. I think the first problem started in the opening. It was kind of tricky. He was trying to get me into something I didn't want, and I was trying to avoid that, and that already started me using more time than I should have. And following that, it was a pretty complicated position, and it led me to use more time. And then in the end, you know, I wasn't able to defend against his attack with little time.
So why did you avoid this Grunfeld that has served you so well in the past years?
Well, he doesn't really go into the regular Grunfeld. He usually plays with this bishop f4. And so I was expecting him, when I played knight f6 and then d5 on the second move, I thought he would just play his bishop f4 lines, or at least not the line he played. And yeah, then he surprised me by playing a main line.
And you weren't comfortable in this line because you normally don't play it.
Yeah, and specifically the way he played, he tried to get me into a position which I didn't want to get.
So you were doing well. I mean, objectively speaking, you're still doing quite well. How do you shake off this game to play the rest of your tournament?
Well, I guess, you know, it's a rest day, so I'll just try to forget about this game, and I think, you know, I have another difficult game after the rest day. I think I play Wesley. So, you know, I got to prepare for that.
Things never get easier in this tournament. If you're going to become the U.S. champion one day, you're going to have to defeat these kinds of players. What does it take to go to that next level?
Well, you know, obviously, you know, I need to be more disciplined than I was today. And objectively, I think I played pretty well today for the first half of the game, and then that's when things started to go badly. So if I could improve on the second half of what I did today, I think I'll be in decent shape.
Well, a long tournament to go. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Ray Robson needs a rest day. He'll be back to fight for the championship here in St. Louis. Guys?
If you could be so kind, I have a question for Ray, if you could relay it to him for a sec. I actually thought that Ray played very well today, and at a certain moment during the game, I actually preferred his position. I'd like you to ask Ray, was there any moment in the game where he felt himself that he, in fact, was better? Because I think he was.
Ray, we were looking at your game, and it seemed quite interesting. I mean, it didn't look as though you should have lost. logically speaking, coming from the position. What were your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if I was ever better for sure, but once I played this B3 move, which was very interesting, it just basically opening up my pieces and allows my knight to go to B4 and opening up my bishop on B7. You know, I wasn't sure if I was better or not. I think I may have been objectively, but practically speaking, he always has counterplay with the weak dark squares on my king side and his pawn on H4 coming to H5 and potentially H6. So probably, maybe instead of bishop takes F3, I think I probably had a better move at that point.
Do you feel like you might lack confidence against a player like this? Or do you feel you need to maybe get the confidence up to be able to play more aggressively or more confidently against this level of player?
Yeah, I do think usually when I play against stronger players, or at least higher rated players, I probably don't play in exactly the same way as I would against, you know, someone who's like 2,500. And it could even just be I'm making the same moves, but I'm spending more time because I'm not quite as confident about my decisions. So yeah, I do think that sometimes plays a factor. It may have played a factor today, but I guess that's another issue I have to deal with.
Something to fix.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Back to you guys.
Some refreshing
Thank you.
honesty there from Grandmaster Ray Robson.
I think chess players are, by and large, extremely objective people, by the way. And, for example, it's not like they just won and it's because they're good or something. It's sort of like they say, well, maybe actually I was slightly worse and my opponent erred. And most grandmasters are really, really objective about situation. And I think Ray made a very good observation about himself, and not just himself. Whenever we're playing somebody that we feel that we're a big favorite against, we play far more confidently, and he said that, you know...
Sometimes too confidently, though, so it could go both ways.
Yeah.
But, yeah, as we see in this tournament, lots of fine quality chess,
Yeah.
even by the underdogs, and that's awesome to see, because it makes it a lot more interesting for us.
Yes, but again, from Ray's point of view, there's a confidence factor. Like today, I really do feel that he had an edge. And he's sitting there saying, well, did I really? Did I really? And it's like he needs to develop a stronger belief that, you know, he really belongs in this event, which he truly does, and that he should feel that he's got good chances against Gada. I think, wasn't it a quote by Gada last year where he said something like to one of his younger opponents, you respect me too much? You know, don't give me so much respect.
Well, Gada's always modest. He always comes in here and talks about how great everybody else is. And
yeah,
it's really
lucky
nice.
he
He's
is.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
Nakovian, you know, he's a frequent Grandmaster in residence here at the St. Louis Chess Club. I mentioned the other day that a lot of the members here, I talked to them, and they're all playing the French, and they're like, VAR taught me.
Yeah.
And he drew today against his friend and Olympic teammate, Alexander Onishuk, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
We're with Grandmaster Varuja Nakovian. VAR, welcome to the show. We haven't had you on yet.
Thank you, Maurice.
The tournament has not been going great for you so far. What's your explanation for this?
Well, it's I think this year is stronger. The opposite, you know, my opponents are playing very well. I mean, I had one bad game against Hikaru, but besides that, it's pretty solid tournament so far. I mean, I won my first game and hit 3 draws, so I have to try to play well in the next 6 games.
So how do you right the ship? I mean, you've got 50%. We would expect maybe a little bit more from you. What do you need to do to really get going?
Well, so far the games I draw, it's very close. It's not like I have opportunities or I'm not taking chances. It's just my opponents are playing very well. I think the field is much stronger this year. So even finishing with the small plus, +1, +2 will be a very good result for me.
How do you feel about that? The field not only has gotten stronger, it's gotten younger. That's something we haven't seen, especially in the U.S. Championship. What's causing this development here?
Well, compared to last year, like when I played Daniel Naroditsky, he was only like 2540 rating. Now he's 2640, so it's actually higher rated than me. And I'm, you know, one of the lowest players actually with my rating in this tournament. So I'm playing up a lot of my games, and Sam Shankland improved quite a lot. So I think young players are improving more rapidly. They're playing a lot more a lot more international events, and I think, and also they use the programs nowadays better, and perhaps they even have better memory than us.
Even young Sam Sevian, you failed to mention,
Yes.
that guy's
Absolutely, yeah,
skyrocketed.
yes.
So we've got hundreds of rating points extra added to the tournament, and also Wesley So has gotten better as well. Do you think that the U.S. chess really is going to be a big force in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, this tournament is, I think, so popular right now that every single site you go to, even Russian chess sites, they're all mentioning about the U.S. championship, each game, and I think it's becoming more and more popular, and the entire chess world is following this tournament.
Well, that's incredible. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and we hope you get back to your usual form.
Thank you.
Better than +1, +2 at least.
+2 will be great.
Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian, always a favorite here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Guys?
Thank you. And we do have a big result in. Wesley So has prevailed over Timur Garayev, and so he shoots up. And as Nakamura said, regardless of what happens in the early rounds, So is my main competitor. So's the one that I'm going to have to watch for.
Exactly. You kind of discounted Ray there, and you see why. As three of the tournament favorites, the two top-rated players, and Gadakamsky, the defending champion, showing their mettle as we go to our free day tomorrow. I just wanted to repeat what Gadakamsky had mentioned, and a very important point is that, of course, the national championship, the $45,000 first prize, that's all beautiful. But reality is that this is also a qualifier for the World Cup, the FIDE World Cup, that gets the players to $1 million 128-player knockout event, which also has 2 spots for the candidates. So a lot of players are looking at the qualification if they can't win first prize.
That's right. And as we get set up for our future interviews here, as the exciting round 5 before the rest day ends, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the U.S. Chess Championships. U.S. Championships. Here we're looking at the key battle this round of the Women's Championship, in which Irina Krush was really on the ropes against Rusidan Golociani, but now she's going to win this game. She's cruising home to victory before the free day.
Yes.
And that'll give her 3.5.
True, but the real big development just occurred in the game between Conrad Holden and Caden Trofe. My goodness.
Turnaround.
A big-time turnaround. Conrad was cruising to victory at move 42. The players had already made the time control. Black was just making some spike checks, and he threw in one more spike check with knight to d6. The very simple king f3 would have likely sealed victory.
Because, yeah, queen f6 check, king takes e3,
and there's
rook c3 check.
Queen f, sorry.
Oh, sorry, your board's not moving yet. Okay.
Okay,
you weren't gonna chomp.
I wasn't going to capture the knight. I was just going to put my king into safety, and I've always got this queen d6 in order to trade queens and secure victory. But king f3 would have definitely done that. King h3, there are not enough question marks after this move. This is almost like a puzzle out of the blue. A checkmating attack suddenly appears.
What do you not do? What do you not do? You don't play king h3, but okay, the problem is Holt relaxed here, and he didn't see the move of the tournament.
G5.
That's right. And this move is just threatening queen h6. That's the problem, right? That
queen h6 mate.
Surprise entry of the queen into the fray.
I'm sure that Conrad in his mind had seen this thus far, but he had probably just said, that's not an issue. I will just force the trade of queens and I will win the game because I'm 2 pawns up and black has nothing except for the unfortunate positioning of the king, the g4, and oops, that's a fork of king and rook. So
that makes you feel for Conrad, right? A couple players today blowing like fantastic advantages. This one,
it's a
huge. Rusidan as well.
Exactly. So g5. After g5, Conrad tried queen d6, then came g4. White was forced to walk into this fork. King g5, queen takes d6, queen g2, and knight d4. And I think this is all she wrote. Black is just a whole rook ahead, and, well, that's it. What a huge turnaround. And by the way, for the tournament standings, this would be fantastic for Caden. Obviously, that would move him up to a +1 result, putting him in the same position as Godikemsky as well as Ray Ray. And only Wesley So is a half a point behind Hikaru. So we have Hikaru, Wesley, and a 3-player tie for third.
But what a brain workout this game must be. I mean, one thing is, if you're just coming in now, watch this game at home and play solitaire chess with this and try to create some variation trees. And then you'll see how easy it is to blunder for either side in this game, because there was just, so many complicated variations and trees at every single step.
Absolutely.
Maurice?
Well, remember what Godikemsky said about this game. He said it was so crazy. He said, I'm too old for this. Let me go back and play my game and play some positional chess. There was complete chaos in this game, impossible to solve all the nuances. Both sides were making second best moves and then make the top move for a little while and then make a big howler after that. What's crazy about this matchup, which makes absolutely no sense, is that Caden Trofe is 4-0 against Conrad Holt. 4-0. That's a big score, right? That shouldn't be the case when these two players who are fairly evenly matched play each other. And now it's about to be 5-0. And why is he still playing, guys? It looks like he's completely busted. Is he really this much in shock? And after all, he's down a full rook.
Denial. Absolutely.
I think it is shock.
Shock, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just playing out of inertia. And after king takes g4, which he has played, Caden said, excuse me, I am up a full rook, and has just played the move rook c5 and saying, hey, I'm going to go after your king. I've got a checkmating attack. All I'm going to do is swing my queen over here, my rook over here, and I'm going to hunt down your king. And as the awful, awful truth settles in, I think Conrad is going to resign in very short order.
And then we're going to have a very decisive day. The championship will have seen 2 draws and 4 decisive results. Kind
Compared
of fitting.
to yesterday's
Yes.
all-draw
Before the
slugfest.
free day, right?
Yeah.
We expected. Now, in the women's championship, we know Irena's going to win. But what about
Yes.
some of the games we haven't looked at? We've got Sabina Foyger battling out against Alyssa Melakina. And the result is in. Conrad Holt bolted. I've never seen a person leave a board so quickly. He did shake hands, but after that, he just flew from the board.
Really, I'll have
Flew.
to see the replay on the video
And
because I didn't.
Caden, such a gentleman, was trying not to smile when his opponent was there.
Yeah.
But now that he's gone, he's free to smile and express his
Right.
happiness over snatching victory in this game. I mean,
From the
just
jaws of defeat.
admirable sportsmanship, though. I got to tell you, I think he was suppressing that smile.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he was convicted. He was going to be hung. It was over, and he got this reprieve. And my goodness, suddenly tied for 3rd. Wow, young Caden Troth's got to
And
be
he's
feeling
like,
like.
he doesn't know what to do with himself now. It's like,
I
yes,
know.
we do want you downstairs.
Right.
We want that. Those dimples.
We see in the game between Victoria Ni and Annie Wang, unfortunately, 2 players who are at the bottom of the cross table. It looks like Victoria Ni is going to pull that game out. In the game
Two of the
between
youngsters, Jennifer Yu and Apurva Verkud, Apurva's position looks pretty dominant here. She's
Absolutely.
got a sea pawn that's just ready to queen.
Exactly, but you got to be careful. There's a 91 in the position and ready to snap that sea pawn that's ready to queen. Not 100% sure about this one.
This is interesting. We have to do some calculations here.
Exactly.
I mean, because you can't play 91 straight away because we've got King B2 check.
King D2.
And then another possibility here is to play Knight B2 with the idea of coming into C4 or D1. There's all sorts of different possibilities. Yeah.
You mean, sorry, this move here at this moment, I have to step back with my knight. I'm threatening rook takes C2. You could play knight C4 check and start taking pawns, but then I'm going to take the pawn on C2 and I'll be happy camper. I'll be able to save the position. So not 100% sure that.
But it seems like there should be something for black here.
Yeah, you got that feeling as well as I do. Let me just continue around the horn because I haven't seen a lot of.
We haven't seen
games.
Sabina's game either against Alyssa Melakina.
Right. Ooh, where are you? Okay, pardon me. It's right over here. Sabina has been enjoying a good knight versus a bad bishop position for some time. It looks like Alyssa is in deep trouble in this one. Still a lot to play for, but Sabina...
A lot of technique. Sabina has to show some good technique here, but her position is strategically crushing.
Exactly.
Speaking of crushed, Irina has officially won her game against Rusadan Golatiani.
Wow.
So that game is in the bag.
Wow. And just to see the final few moves of this game, by the way, we saw this position after knight f5. We thought that that was absolutely winning for white. And let's see Irina's winning technique. She got in queen g7. She got in this nice little check, take my knight, but in this queen ending, the c7 pawn wins. So Irina Krush, fighting her way back into the tournament. She was a point behind the leader going into the round. She's now only half a point behind as we go into the free day.
And we have, we're getting set up with a couple of interviews. I think we're going to hear from Irina. We're going to hear from Caden Troth. It's a very exciting round.
And wow.
I mean, I thought round 3 was hot, but this one turns out to be even better.
Yeah, it's been quite an Easter Sunday. Maurice.
And we've got Maurice with some thoughts on one of the games that we just put up in the women's.
Well, both your intuitive senses were right on point because, in fact, black does have a devastating move in this game between Jennifer Yu and Apurva Verkud. Right now, if black finds it, this game will be almost over. Knight back to b6. It's those retreating moves that cause us to sometimes give pause. We're not sure about them, but those knights are tricky beasts. Sometimes they got to go backwards so they can go forward. Knight to b6, and white is helpless against this threat of knight c4 check and then picking off this d pawn, and all of black's pieces work in perfect harmony. This c pawn will stay on the board. If you play a move, for example, like knight back to e2, well, then you face this move check, and now when the king lands here trying to defend the rook, oops, knight to c4 check, and that's all she wrote. So knight to b6 is the killer. If she finds it, in fact, she has found the move, and it looks as though our Puvavirkud is going to win yet another game against the youngster, or slightly younger, Jennifer Yu. Guys?
So that's the idea. So by playing knight b6 first, you have that extra trick, because I was thinking knight b2 could have the same idea, because it's not like you can take the knight.
Right.
After knight takes, king takes, you would just be losing after king d2, rook d3 check. So.
Yeah.
But the difference is in that other variation.
Nice one.
Yeah.
And that brings...
That'll bring Virkud to an even score, and she's already played against Irina. So...
minus to an even score, 2.5 out of 5. Right.
Yeah, 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she's... it's not that shocking that the oldest of the newcomers does the best, because there is like a little bit more of that maturity, and even though the ratings are similar.
Yeah, the experience factor. But boy, the man who who received a pardon, let's put it that way, is in our studio.
In one of the craziest games we've seen all championship. Kaden Trolf, definitely going to be smiling in this interview.
We are with, we say Lucky Ray? We're going to say Lucky K. Caden, you got this game. This was maniacal. None of us could analyze it properly. The engines were going crazy. What were your thoughts when you got to the position in this game?
Well, oh my gosh, I don't even know. Like, I have no idea what was going on for half of that game. I was just trying to make good moves, and I don't know, cause I thought I was playing well. I thought I was playing the line, you know, a line I knew. Because I was trying to kind of play something different than I played, at least in the last game I played this line. And so I remember this other line, and I thought I looked at it, and he just like pushed e4, and I took, and he played knight e2, and all of a sudden, like, I couldn't find anything. It was just, I'm like, okay, how can this be? Like, if I'm right, did I just miss this? Did I like miss this in my preparation or in my studying? And I'm just like, okay, and
so you responded by sacking a piece.
Yeah.
See, that's the way when you're confused. Let's take a look at it on the big board. You play the move knight takes f2. I mean, that's explosive. What a move. But then when he played the move queen to a4, you decided to play queen takes on c5. I mean, now it's just all heck broke loose.
Yeah, and okay, the computer says I'm losing, which I'm not surprised about, but I really, like, I didn't see what else to do.
Did you feel like you were losing right now, or did you think like maybe you were still in the game?
No, I thought for sure somehow I was losing, but I couldn't see how I was losing. So if I can't see it, then I have to go for it, right?
Exactly.
And, but yeah, I mean, of course, if I don't go for this, I'm just worse. And so I was hoping somehow, like, I'm okay here.
Well, then you got this position. I mean, the key move he had when you played king f8, knight e4, queen b6. His move bishop c7 seemed very enticing, but he had this idea queen a3, and then with the threat of knight c5, apparently that one would have really knocked you out. Did you see that move coming?
I didn't. I mean, it says the second best move is queen b3, and I wasn't quite sure like what I was gonna do there, but yeah, queen a3. Oof.
That's a hard move to spot. A back
retreat
move with the queen is not.
Actually, what I was worried about at first was bishop c7 until I'm like, well, I could just play queen a3 and hope all goes well. But yeah, I guess something like queen a3, queen b3. I know, I guess simple. Like you said, bishop c7 is very enticing, and
it was hard. That's a delicious looking move. Hard not to play this move.
You're down in exchange, I'll sack a piece, and just to be like, oh yeah, if I take the piece, I'm just completely lost immediately after knight g5.
Right.
And so, I mean, of course, that's the problem with us chess players, is we like to be brilliant, and sometimes it costs us. I have that problem all the time.
Don't play like a genius. Gadakovsky said when he came to your board, he just shook his head, looked at the two young players, and said, I'm too old for this. I'm going to go back to playing positional chess. Sometimes life has to be just nice and easy sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of the players just came over like, whatever. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, I'm playing the game and I don't know what's going on, so.
Incredible. Now, you got to a point where you were just losing. I mean, not to put put too fine a point on it. And right here, you play knight e3 check, and he has the possible king to f3.
Yeah.
And instead, he played this move, and this came out of nowhere. What were you thinking?
Actually, well, what I saw, I mean, if you go back before '93, you know, I was just looking at checking him, and I was trying to figure out, like, how does he get out of the checks? And I'm like, oh, if I play queen c6, he probably plays king h3. And so here I'm like, okay, I play g5. And
You want to go g5 right now?
I want to go g5, stopping king h3. But now he just plays something like rook d3, and, okay, I have no knight e3, I have queen c6, okay, I don't know, king h3 or something. It's
yeah, or bishop d5,
bishop d5.
maybe.
Yeah, just simple. And okay, he's up 2 pawns, and my king's terrible. And so, like, once I realized this, I'm like, okay, play knight e3, and then if he plays king h3, g5.
Hello.
Which, yeah, it's just.
Sorry, let me get that right.
I mean, it's very
There we go.
understandable to miss, because, you know, you see king h3 and you get excited, like you're finally escaping, and but, you know, you look at a position like this and just immediately stop looking at it, because of queen d6, trade queens, and it's happy for white. But all of a sudden, you realize g4, knight f5.
Right, we looked at that.
I'm winning a rook, and yeah, here I was just like, I don't even know what just happened. But I think I'm winning. And
maybe, after all of that.
Well, yeah,
right?
at first I played g5 immediately, and I walked away like, okay, I'm okay now. And then, like, I kept going back, like, wait a second, am I winning? And I'm like, I think I'm winning. What? What's going on? And I'm like, okay. And I could tell from watching him that he was just very frustrated. I'm like, okay. You know, I'm not happy when someone else is frustrated, unless it's my opponent. And so I was feeling good.
You've beaten him 4 times, is that right?
Yeah,
4
this
times
is
you guys have
actually,
played. This is number 5?
Yeah, I'm 5-0 against him.
What's going on here? That's not supposed to happen.
I really don't know. You know, I think some of it is. I have no idea.
Dumb luck?
I guess, yeah, dumb luck against it like this. I mean, one of the other games, though, actually 2 of the other games I won, the first 2, actually came a lot in time pressure. And, you know, honest for Conrad, he's an incredible blitz player, but somehow, like, time pressure, he really struggles, and I've noticed that in some of his games. And so the first game I played him was actually at the US Junior here, and you know, upstairs, and it was a complicated game, and at one point, like, I sacked a piece, and, you know, I would have had some compensation if he took it, but we were both in time pressure and didn't realize that he could just take it, and I ended up winning. And then the second one, it was just, like, really complicated, but at the same time, like, I was just completely losing, and in time pressure I won. And these last 2, actually, I was feeling better after the 3rd and 4th time I beat him, because it was actually, like, sound, like, I was better out of the opening and just kind of controlled it. And then there was this one where
shake your head.
I don't know what to do except
your Easter
just,
blessing.
Yeah, exactly.
Resurrected.
Something like that.
So all right, the game's done.
Right.
You're now tied for 3rd after 5 rounds in the U.S. Championship. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I mean, really, like, as far as playing wise, I don't think I should be tied for 3rd. But, you know, I guess what I promised myself in all my games is that I go in there and fight. And against Onishchuk, like, I almost resigned at one point, and I decided, oh, okay, I'll keep, you know, fighting on, and I did, and ended up drawing. And you know, I think that's really been, like, what has made the difference for me is, you know, maybe I'm not playing the best, but I'm fighting. And, you know, that fight and that just to keep trying really pays off, you know, even if I was losing.
Matter of fact, you could have had 0 out of 2, and you have 1.5
right.
out of 2. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I think that just, it's one of the cool things about chess is, I mean, you have to realize, like, you know, he plays king h3 just assuming that it's over now. And I mean, one of the things about chess is there's so many resources, and there's so many just, like, crazy ideas. And, you know, crazy game like this, and somehow there's all these different ideas for him, for me, and it's just like, okay, that's chess. And as painful as it is, and as heartbreaking as it is. If that's what you want to play, then you have to deal with that kind of stuff.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I don't want to say good luck because you're already exhausted your luck for this
Right.
tournament. So let's start playing well in the rest of your games.
Right. Well, I mean, my game against Daniel Naroditsky is actually one of the best games I've played, and you know, probably this for a while. I mean, I just played really, really good chess, and you know, against Sam Shankland, it was a very solid game. But then it's just, I don't know, in some of my other games, it's been so-so.
Well, you'll get there. In third place, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I want to say good luck, but I'm just going to say play well.
Well, I'll need a lot of good luck. I mean, if I do more like this.
Grandmaster Caden Trofe, he's got a lucky star over him, that's for sure. We'll see how it goes in the rest of the games. Guys, back to you.
Nobody ever won a game by resigning. Deep thoughts.
Wow, yeah. Well, certainly Hayden's going to enjoy the day off.
Without question. And the point is, in a championship, sometimes you just, even when you win a tournament decisively, you need a little luck. And for sure, he's had some, but like he said, he's been fighting very hard. He's been putting as many problems as he can in front of his opponent. Clearly today, he had to find a whole series of only moves to keep the game alive, and he got fortunate.
That's
just
true.
by putting problems to his opponent.
And it's also relative. You know, Nakamura comes down every day and tells us how he got lucky. And usually it's like some incremental mistake that he made at some point, you know, like
Right.
today.
Or some
He didn't feel
disappointment
like he
may
had
have
quite
had.
enough. He made the
He said,
opening
I was
wrong.
lost on move 13.
Yeah,
or
that kind of
something
thing.
like that,
And
yeah.
it's clearly tailored to players of his level when he says that. That for
Mhm.
like a 2800, I played terribly today. And obviously that is a completely different definition of what it means to play badly.
Right, right.
So
Mm.
we have, speaking of elite players, we've got Grandmaster Wesley So, who scored victory today over the unpredictable Timur Gurayev. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Jen, the number 2 player in the competition, Grandmaster Wesley So. After a victory that no one would call pristine, clear, easy, and predictable, that's for sure. What were you thinking when your opponent played H5 in this position?
Timur is always unpredictable. I thought H5, I mean, I thought at first he would just castle and get a solid position and play a long game, but that's not to his style. So when he played H5, at first I underestimated the move and I thought I would win very quickly. But in the end, I think it's not so easy. I'm not even sure if Queen E2 is the best move here, but after Queen E2, he made the right choice, which is to take my knight on F3 and leave me with the less active piece on G3. No, and it wasn't so easy. Here, I think I made a mistake of playing H4, which is very questionable. And the game was kind of so-and-so. And after the game, he said he could have equalized at some point, but he made some mistakes. And, you know, as Timur, he's always unpredictable.
Even to himself, it looks like.
Yeah, even in the final position, when he suddenly resigned, and I was still thinking.
What was that about? we were waiting for you to make a move. And...
I've been thinking for like 8 minutes, and then he came to me and he offered his hand. And of course, me being the gentleman, I had to shake it, even though I have to wait whether he puts 1-0 or 1.5 on his score sheet. I heard the story before.
Yeah, you know that trick. Absolutely. I mean, we were sitting here before, like, what happened in the game? So he in fact resigned, even though you were deep in thought. Were you planning to play the move Queen F6?
Yeah, I was. I mean, I had two winning choice. I could also play Queen E3 and just defend my 2 pawns. So after Queen F6, I think he has to go for Queen D6 check and trade the queens that way, because if he takes on B3, then after Knight E5, I would go for the king and pawn ending, which is a clear win. After Queen D6, I'm 2 pawns up, but no, all of them are separated.
So you have some work ahead.
Yeah, I have some work to do. So I was thinking between Queen F6 or Queen D3.
And then he just resigned.
Yeah,
which is nice. It's always nice. Made life easy.
Yeah, unpredictable.
Yeah, just incredible. Well, while he's unpredictable, nothing's unpredictable about what's happening right now at the championship. Nakamura is ahead by a half point.
Well,
you're behind by a half, and Kamsky is chasing you. Is this the ship being righted, order being restored in the U.S. Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear Hikaru is the strongest player in this tournament. I mean, he's playing really well. And speaking of which, he should have won his game against Gata. If he did, his lead would have been much higher. But Gata managed to save that game. I would say kind of miraculously. I mean, I didn't see the end of the game, but Hikaru is playing really well in this tournament. He wins with either color, with white, with black, or.
Well, now that you don't have to play him anymore, what do you rate your chances of coming back to win the tournament?
Well, again, as I said, he's the best player, so I would just hope for some miracle, like what Sevian did against me. Let's just hope for some upset. I mean, Hikaru still has to play Ray, and in fact, I also have to play Ray in the next round, and he also has to play Alex. So
Alex Onischuk.
And so upsets can happen, although he is clearly the favorite. I mean, right now, yeah.
Well, thanks very much for that candid assessment, and good luck in the rest of your games. Hope all your opponents resign when it's your move in the rest of your games.
Only two more. I don't remember having experienced that before. But also in this tournament, Gata is playing very well. So tournament is still open.
Still wide open. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and have a good rest day.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Wesley So, modest as always, but in second place right now in the championships. Guys?
I just like that my opponent put his hand out, and being a gentleman, I had to shake it, but I wasn't sure what he was going to put on his score sheet.
Yeah,
to
who
draw,
said chess players
draw
are?
or win, It was kind of funny.
At least he had ruled out a loss.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty awkward moments there.
Gosh,
Awkward
that's funny.
moments.
Yeah, well, who said chess players don't have a sense of humor, right?
That was pretty good.
Caden was really funny, too.
Yes, indeed.
He's pretty cheery.
Oh,
it's
I
great
can
to see
imagine.
somebody who's not a jerk about it, but just has that unbridled joy of winning a game.
Certainly.
Not everybody can pull it off.
No. Without appearing cynical or something. Yeah,
or rude,
Or
you know?
just rude,
but no,
yeah.
Caden just...
He was right. And boy, I mean, I can really empathize with Conrad because, you really had him so easily won, and he's lost 4 times in the past, looking to try to get some honor back, even a score, and then to lose this game by walking into a checkmating net. That's just unfair. There's no justice in the world.
Yes, exactly. And we actually have another victor from today. Grandmaster Irina Krash, 6-time champion today, was in a very difficult position. Her king was being hunted down.
Her back was to the wall,
yes,
no question.
She managed to save it and win victory. Going into the rest day, now she's got 3.5, just half a point behind her nearest rival, Katerina Nemtsova. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with 6-time champion Irina Krush. And Irina, you've got to be feeling like there's a lucky star over your head today because you are in serious trouble in this game. She really came with the wood to hit you over the head. How did you manage to fight her off and actually win this game?
Yeah, well, I definitely feel lucky because I had a pretty critical position that I was losing at some points. I have to just say that my opponents in general have been playing well here, especially the Georgian ladies, Nazi and Rusa. And my opponent, today, Rusa, she just played well. I mean, the way she played the middle game, I thought I should be better positionally, but I was not able to prove that. And she, started with this attack. I thought all my pieces were centralized, developed around the king, that, I should be able to, it shouldn't be so dangerous, but well, I don't know. I didn't prove my points of view, and I certainly got into under very heavy fire.
The storm came out of nowhere. Let's take a look at the key moment in the game. You played this move knight to f4. She was already trying to attack you, and then she played this move g5. When she played it, let me get that on the board. When she played this move, what were you thinking? Did you think that this attack should work, or were you thinking you would just refute it?
Well, right now I'm looking at the evaluation the computer is giving, which is, along the lines of what I was feeling. Like I felt like this kind of, the black was not, although now it's kind of changing. The longer it's thinking, it's changing.
This was not easy. G5 was a sound move.
Well, no, G5 I thought was quite a normal move. And at this point, I think from my point of view, the tough moves for her were just knight F to G4 and queen H4, just committing yourself to that attack and believing that it's the right way to go. Because, obviously that wasn't forced, and black could have chosen a calmer strategy. She went for a very aggressive strategy. I didn't find the right way to react, and even here, like instead of this move F4, she played that quickly. I was thinking she might try knight F3. Let's see, can we try it? Does that move exist, or is that?
Not quite. It looks like you can defend yourself by running with your rook.
That's interesting. I'm not sure. Maybe there's long-term compensation there for black. I mean, I saw this idea that I have, if I take the knight, she takes on H3. And now, if I take the knight, okay, it seems like perpetual, right? So I don't want to do that.
Right.
Yeah, that's perpetual. And I can try to play for a win with a move rook F to D1.
But already, if she's aggressively trying to win this position, she doesn't want to give you the chance even to take both her knights and get a perpetual, right? Because she's looking for the win.
Right.
I mean, she made that very clear when she played the move F4. Like, she's daring you to go for it. I mean, in fact, after this line, you took.
Yeah, it's another good move, F4, as it turns out, because okay, F3 is logical. I have to do that before she puts her own pawn on F3.
Right.
And then we got to this position. I guess this is the critical position. The problem is I didn't quite realize just how absolutely critical this position was, and I made a move. I mean, I understood there were moves like, bishop e4, knight e4, knight d5, queen e2, there actually f4. There were many, many moves for white in this position just to look at as candidate moves. And it would probably take a very long time to go through all of them. So I made the move rook a to e1 on...
Which was kind of quick on your part.
Yeah, kind of.
But logical. I mean, every piece is working
Exactly. I was like, how could it be bad to put a new piece into the game? But you know what? It's actually bad. It's just a bad move. And after bishop h3, and I saw this move, but I just didn't realize all of these ideas of bishop takes g2 coming. I thought I could take on e3, but I just underestimated just the tactics on the g file. And at this point, when she played king h8, I understood just... Because even before she plays king h8, bishop takes g2 is already an idea there. So she plays king h8, preparing it, and I thought I could, I was on my way to losing.
So tell us, in this moment here, a critical moment in the game, you played queen f2, she played the fine move, queen a6, and now rook takes e5. What did you have planned after it just takes on e5?
I was going to take on h3.
Oh, you were? Well, then you would have been in serious trouble, it turns out, after rook a to d8.
Yeah, that's a hard move to see, Maurice, because if you're black, and the moves to see here are queen takes h3, rook g8, queen f4. So the fact that she didn't go for this because she wouldn't see this quiet move, not giving single check on the g file or taking, I don't think that's so obvious when you're attacking to see quiet moves like that. And
it's not so quiet, by the way. It's threatening the bishop and the square rook d2, and everybody's in the party.
I'm just saying, practically speaking, it's not surprising that she would miss this particular variation. I didn't see it. Obviously, she didn't see it. I'm sure, it's a thing that's possible to miss. Of course, here the thing is that the rook takes e5. It's an absolutely critical position. We can go back to it. And she has three moves there that are, possible. There's bishop takes g2, a mistake, which is what she played. There's rook g8, a very interesting move. And there was d takes e5 that you pointed out. Rook g8 is also really interesting. And yeah, the computer here, I was thinking about rook e4. Yeah, in this position after rook takes g2, for example, where I have a rook and two pieces for the queen, and somehow I'm alive here, believe it or not, because queen d2, I have bishop e2, making sure I don't lose that bishop, and I can always sort of block with rook g4. That was one possible continuation. As you see, the computer says it's, it's playable for black. But
so of the three critical choices, she actually chose the wrong one.
The worst one. Yeah, she did. And it was a very critical position. And I guess rook takes e5 was, not a bad practical decision on my part to make black at least, have to calculate something for the win, because there was a lot to calculate. But yeah, she chose the wrong move. I guess she missed the rook h5, queen d4 idea. When she played it, I was like, I know I've calculated this. What is it that I, should play here? And then I remembered. And then white is better. And then I misplayed it in time pressure. completely. Wasn't clear at all what was going on. I made some really terrible moves over a series of few moves, and had to play, try to win this position all over again. I guess some of the nice moves I played, maybe like c5. I like that move, trying to finally open up a diagonal. And in fact, my game kind of reminded me of a game I recently saw, Conrad Holt versus Andre Gorovets from the Final Four. Also, bishop and knight showed their attacking power over the rook.
So, looking at your game so far, how are you assessing your play after the first 5 rounds?
Well, I assess that my opponents are playing well. Because obviously I'm not really getting any free gifts, right? Just from the way that they're playing, you can see. I mean, they're very enterprising, playing well. So every single point that I've had here, I've really had to work for. I have not been on the receiving end of any terrible games. I mean, maybe the easiest game I had just from the opening was against Victoria Nie. But even that, was a struggle, of course.
Yet you find yourself still close to the top in the championship, still with a puncher's chance. Is it only a half a point out of first?
Yeah, believe it or not, from such a difficult day, I actually managed to improve my tournament's position by half a point. This is a critical game for me, and I mean, Rusa is a dangerous player, and even though she hasn't been playing much over the last couple of years, as she has shown in her games here, she if she's in decent form, she's going to play very well. And so I'm not really surprised that I had a difficult game against her. I've had many difficult games against her. In fact, our very last encounter here in the U.S. Women's in 2011 was a very similar game where she went after me at some points and I sacrificed a piece. I was lucky to hold on. So these games are almost identical. So yeah, I just have to say that my opponents are playing well and I'm really forced to work hard at the board.
So one last question. How do you assess the leader in the tournament right now, Katerina Nemtsova, the way she's playing her games?
I'm not watching anyone else's games much, Maurice. I don't know. I will take a look at her games when I have to play her just to see what she's doing in this tournament. So far, I mean, I know she's got 4 points, right? And that's about all I know. And I also know her game against Rusa because I studied that for this game and so on. But I'm not really looking at what other people are doing because you have to play your own games. If you can't win your games, what does it matter what someone else is doing, right? If I would have lost today, so then who cares? It wouldn't matter to me whether someone has 4 points or 4.5 or. So I'm just trying to play my own games, and this one I felt was just very exciting. Overall, it must have been exciting to watch.
It was fun, and we were counting you down and out, but somehow you pulled it off as champions do, and we wish you the best on the rest day. Get your rest, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
6-time champ Irina Krush proving that even when she's on the mat, don't count her out. Guys?
Very resourcefully played. Well done, Irina.
So quite a thrilling day today at the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship going into the break. Let's take a look at our standings in the U.S. Chess Championship. In the open section, we have Hikaru Nakamura with 4 points. He's actually number 2 in the world right now. We've got Wesley So with 3.5. So no surprise there. The 2 elite players at the top of the cross table. Gata Kamsky and Ray Robson both with 3 points just behind, and a bunch of players with 2.5, including some of our young stars, Caden Trofe and Sam Sevian. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship, we don't have all the results in yet, but we do know that Katerina Nemtsova is leading the event with 4 points. Irina Krush on her heels now with 3.5, and the 2 players of Georgian descent, both international masters, both playing well in this tournament, Nazi Pakidze and Ruzaban Golatiani with 3 points. But hey, Sabina might be able to catch them and join the leaders circle. We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some final thoughts as we approach the halfway mark here at the U.S. Chess Championship.
There's a word I hate, and the word is luck, or lucky. But it seems as though I keep saying it over and over again as it manifests itself in these performances. Usually we say luck goes to the stronger player, and that's what's been happening here in this event We see that the players who fight, as Caden Trove said, to the bitter end, they somehow end up on the good side of Lady Fortune. And now we see at the top of the leaderboard the players who belong there. Of course, on the men's side, on the Open Championship, we have Nakamura, we have So, who may consider himself unlucky, in fact, and we have Gadakamsky, who is showing why he is a 5-time champion and deserves to be a force to be reckoned with. And despite the fact that she has been uneven in her play so far, Irina Krush is right there, as well as Tatev Abrahamian chasing the leader, Katerina Nemtsova, whose first-round game was a challenge. She could have won and really been having a dominant tournament, but still playing in the finest form of anyone here. So it's an exciting round before the rest day, topsy-turvy chess. Man, it's got to be a lot of fun with 6 more rounds to go here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And yeah, thrilling round. This round, round 3, were 2 of my favorites so far. But you know what? I think my favorite is going to be later in the tournament.
When it's down to the championship rounds, yeah.
Yes,
those are
yes,
gonna be
it's
great.
going to get even more exciting. So take a nice rest tomorrow, guys. We're not going to be on the air, but we will be back on Tuesday, 12:50 here in the beautiful Central West End, the chess capital in America, and that's 1:50 Eastern Time. See you in a couple of days.